So the next topic is open space.
Hi, Donna. It's Lois. Can you hear me?
I can hear
How are
you.
you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, everybody.
I'll look in 1 minute to see. Okay. Are we?
You might want to just give it another minute or so because
Yeah,
there's still a few
fine.
community board members that are.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
So,
not sure who the call-in user is.
Katie?
Well, Katie's
I
got.
think it's probably me. Yeah, because I'm in on both. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes.
there we go. Okay, so that
Yeah.
counts
Okay.
as one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm. You can see me in two ways.
Okay, so let's see. Katie. I have to just deal with our attendance. Or- Susan, Lois. Susan, Robin, Parker Smith. Kristen, no Cormac, right?
Yeah, and one other person.
Anthony.
Yeah.
And do we have anybody else? Are there any other?
No, that's it.
And Stacy has her hand raised.
I would just maybe explain to everybody the process and then when it comes time to raise your hand and how to come forward.
Bob, your shirt matches your background. I don't think you're aware of it.
No, but thank you.
But you have comic book.
Do should we want to wait another minute or two, Bob?
Yeah, I would just one more minute. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Why is it making that sound? I don't know how to turn that sound off. Okay, we'll start.
Yeah, I think there's a couple questions in the chat, so maybe you just start out explaining how how we're
Okay.
gonna do it.
Okay, so first, let me just, this is the SLA1, CB2 SLA1 committee meeting for December. And I'm Donna Raftery, co-chair with Bob Ely, who is here. And from the committee, we also have, I'm just looking across my screen, Lois Rakoff, Susan Wittenberg, Mar Fitzgerald, Susan Kent, Robin Rothstein, Dr. Shirley Smith, and Katie Bordenaro. I think I got everybody. Board Chair Carter Booth is on here. I think that's it. So we will first, we will call everybody up almost in order of our agenda. I think we'll take Little Guilty Pleasures first. And in case anybody is here as an attendee for Gigi's of Mulberry, that was laid over this afternoon, so we will not be hearing that tonight. The process is when we call your application, if the applicant and anyone associated with the applicant, their attorney, could raise their hands, we'll bring you forward. And after we hear from the applicant and the committee has a chance to ask some questions, we will go to the public for comments. Public attendees, if you could wait until that time to raise your hand, it just makes it easier for us to bring the applicant forward. If anybody has any questions, because I see some hands raised now, so if there's anything that we need to address before we start, raise your hand and I will call on you. So Stacy Weiss, you should be able to talk. You might have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed on the application that I sent in, there was, I had changed
Well, okay, so if this is about the
the
application.
application. Wait until my turn.
Wait until your turn, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Okay, any, all right, looks like we're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Little Guilty Pleasures doing business as Crispy Heaven at 38 Grand Street, if you could raise your hands, we'll bring you forward. If you're here. So it doesn't look like they're here.
Yeah, well, why don't we move on to,
Move
we
on
can go
to
to Coco Shack if you want.
Coco Shack, 184 Prince. If you could raise your hands. Let's see. Promote panelist. Anybody else? Okay, Alessandro. Promote panelist. Promote to panelist. Okay, I think I have everybody. So, who wants to?
Sure. So
Okay.
I'll start. My name's
Okay, go ahead.
Andrew Sachs. Sorry, the Zoom hearing's new for me. But my name's Andrew Sachs, and I represent Coco Shack and its application for a new restaurant wine license at 184 Prince Street. The principals of the applicant are Pino Luongo and Alessandro Bandini, who are owners of Coco Pazzo restaurant, which is located a few feet away at 160 Prince Street, where they've been members of the community for the past 3 years. Alessandro is also a 16-year resident of the community and lives 2 blocks away from the proposed location. In addition to Coco Pazzo, Pino currently operates more so over at 59th Street and First Avenue, and owns several other establishments in his 30 plus years in the hospitality industry. Pino and Alessandro are before the committee today for Coco Shack again at 184 Prince, and they're also before the committee on Thursday regarding another location at 307 Spring Street. Both of those locations are former restaurants who have been shuttered due to the extremely challenging times for independent restaurants, as we all know. Pino and Alessandro see this opportunity as a way to expand their Italian hospitality with more moderately priced offerings and create 16 new jobs in the community that were lost during the pandemic. And I just want to let Alessandro will tell you a little bit about the actual restaurant concept. I feel that the restaurateurs could describe that better than an attorney ever can.
Great. Okay, go ahead. I think. Alessandro, you or
Yeah,
Or-
Alessandro, you might need to
Yeah.
unmute.
you might have to unmute yourself.
Also, you got to turn on the picture.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you, yeah, there you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. So yes, the idea with Coco Shack was always in our mind, and since we saw the space available, Pino and I decided to create some sort of like a little seafood shack or kiosk with an exclusive seafood offering, very affordable, with not a vast menu, very dynamic, fishery to table. We would like to, establish a relationship almost direct with fisheries, local fisheries, and then obviously implement that with our Mediterranean heritage. The idea would be to start from crudos to oysters, and then go through maybe a couple of obviously Italian pastas and risotti, and finish with some roasted fish and everything obviously following the availability on the market, and a moderate price at the core. We have an idea of not exceeding per dish $22, and that would be revolving around a counter that is when you enter, which would be an open kitchen with also a display for oysters and raw seafood, and obviously since we are applying for wine and beer and extensive Italian bubbles and sparkling wines, maybe some local beers, but basically the idea would be to recreate a maritime concept in Soho.
Okay, and there are open doors. You've got, what do you have as your occupancy? You have 8 tables and 16 seats, and
yes, more or less. We have an experience. We have an experience of the previous place that at glance would probably sit about 20 people. The way we would like to lay out the place would be probably also by creating an interactive bar top seating that is opposite the kitchen, creating the kind of sushi style kind of face to face with the chef kind of presence, and that probably would repeat itself in the perimeter of the restaurant, and maybe a couple of tables. But overall, I would think yes, 21 seats, including the bar.
okay. And then in the diagram, there was a diagram with this. The doors. There were 3 doors in the building now, I believe.
Yes.
And so you're using the 2 on the westernmost side that open up as your entry and exit?
No.
No.
Those would be an opening, but the main entrance is there on the east side.
On the east side. Okay, so you're going to use the 1 door.
Yeah.
That, okay, I don't know that that's what I see on the floor plan. So then the other two doors, are you going to keep the other two doors closed, or were you planning to open them?
No, we are planning to open them in respect of obviously noise observance. We are not, and we don't plan to play music or loud music, and we want to, for the sake of like, you know, to have an advantage on summer months and warm months, to have the doors open will give a further appeal to the place. But yes, in that instance, yes, we would like to open them.
Okay, so the previous applicant had those doors closed at all times, just to let you
No,
know that.
No, they didn't.
Well,
they
they may not have, but they were supposed to.
Yeah,
So,
no, for sure. No, but I'm telling you the reality of the facts.
okay,
But also characterizing their business by a constant, like blatant not observance of the rules. We are not gonna plan to do that. Obviously, we are focusing our restaurants on good food and good pricing. Keeping the doors open is like another way to welcome people to have to glance inside and to feel welcome.
okay. And then, are you planning on using the roadbed seating now with the open restaurants? Is there any plan for with that?
We definitely, yes, would like to do that if it's
Okay.
allowed.
And let's see, yeah. And then I think you also had on your application private parties. Are you intending those to be like closing the whole place down? How often are you thinking of doing that? I know you can't say for sure, but a rough idea to just give us a general idea.
The idea of a private event is always like a good one, because it gives you an opportunity to schedule and to make like a menu that is like profitable, not to have waste and everything. So, you know, I would welcome like as many private parties as possible, but obviously we all know that is not always the case. But if we had to close the place for a private event, yes, we would do that.
And if you had to do that, so this is something, you know, how would you let other people know that are trying to come to your restaurant to eat that evening? Would you be posting something on the door that says we're closed tonight for a private event? Would you post it beforehand? I don't know what you do at your other place, how you handle that.
Yes, in general, we post both in any entrance that we have at Coco Pazzo. Now we have two entrances, so one for the takeout, and the main entrance would have like a sign conspicuously posted that says, you know, management, you know, signed by management that we are like actually operating for an exclusive event.
Okay.
And that will reopen tomorrow, you know,
Okay.
at noon, whatever.
Great. So I think is there anything else you want to say before I throw it over to the committee for questions?
No.
No.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Cormac.
Hello. So I just want to come back for a minute and ask some questions around the windows, or, you know, what you were referring to, the doors, the sort of the opening wall windows, because as you may know, this has been a very problematic location in the past with a lot of noise issues because of those open doors. And so I see in your application, you said quiet background. So,
Absolutely.
Right. So can you tell me what that means in your mind to someone who is, you know, who is living above or who is walking by? What does quiet background music mean when your windows and doors are open? What would I hear if I was going by?
Probably given the size of the place and to our own experience in terms of decibels, you know that when you have like a full house, let's say the place is 500 square feet, including the kitchen, so would allow a maximum seating of 20 people that they're all talking at the same time. If you make the music too loud, that would only like exacerbate like the sound of voices. So I don't think that would be the case. You know, in general, music or background music works only when you have like actually an empty space, because you can actually hear it. So I don't think that would be, you know, characterized in our modus operandi. It would be mostly the chatter that you would hear.
Okay, so just so you know, I mean, that's fine, the chatter, because just so you know, that's our working definition here as a committee board of background music is that it's music that you can hear in the restaurant, but not really out in the street. I mean, somebody might catch a little bit of it as they walk by, but it's not out in the street, and you certainly aren't hearing it in any of the adjacent apartments, right?
I
So
agree. Yes.
and
Yes.
that goes for your television set as well as there. But the real question I want to ask you is this, is that, so you were talking about keeping those doors and things open in the summertime. But will you not, given to such a small space and with your kitchen and things, will you not be needing to run your HVAC system all the time?
Well, yeah, in general, like doors, you keep the doors open when the level of humidity allows that, and eventually close them again when the humidity level rises to an unbearable situation. So it's always the same thing. You know, you usually open them like the first signs of spring, you know, in April, if you have a good April, May, June. And then starting mid of July, you know, in August in general, you have to keep them closed because you need the AC be able to work.
Right. I mean, the point I'm making that, you know, that I think your understanding is that you can't run the AC while the windows are open under the law.
No, you can't. I agree. No, I'm aware.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Katie Bordenaro?
Coming off mute. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you please review the price points again? With that, you went by a little fast on that for me.
Yes, we try to keep a uniformity in the pricing to an $18, $20 per item, considering that we are, you know, serving seafood, and seafood is a little pricey, but still the idea is to make it accessible. And then you have like a wide offer of Italian and international, like sparkling wines, some craft beers, and but overall about 20 labels. If you have like an average glass of wine priced at $10, $12, I would say that if you have a little quick dessert and an espresso, you will get out with not spending no more than $35, $35, $38.
Okay, thank you. I also have a question about this diagram. I want to follow up on what Donna asked you. I don't see how you get in and out on the diagram that you've given us with the tables. If you're just using that single door, somehow there are 3 tables right in front of it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
The diagram is very hard to understand in terms of the entrance.
Can I be honest? I don't think it's gonna be that. So it's based on what we have, but the idea, once again, you certainly wouldn't have an obstruction right there, because also you had to be able to pass and go to the bathroom. So I don't think there's gonna be tables right on the left as you enter, but that's the door. This
is a fully built restaurant, and this was the floor plan that was submitted with the last application, where we're only proposing 8 tables. This has 10 tables, and some tables will be moved to be able to allow the egress flow.
Okay, so this is not an accurate not an accurate diagram in terms of the setup inside that's contemplated. Okay, well, that is very helpful because I don't see how we can get in. Thank you. Okay, that's all. Thank you, Donna.
To follow up on that, is the bar where it is shown on this drawing?
It is. That's correct. There's also, I sent in also some pictures that are in the package right below, right after the diagram on page 13, if they had it. But you could see the bar is there in the back, and then there's also a full kitchen in the basement.
Okay, Lois?
Thank you. Could you give more information about your, if the road bed dining, do you intend to have heaters, and how are you going to add to the comfort of your diners? Are you going to have enclosed fiberglass or doors on this outdoor dining?
Well, as of since it's like an ongoing lawmaking nightmare at this point for what they concede and whatnot. We always have an intention to be obviously practical and aesthetically pleasing at the same time. There's definitely limited space right there in front of Coco Shack. So whatever we can do and is going to be granted to us, we try to embellish it and make it more. Obviously, if heaters help us extend the season by a month, then we'll do. At the moment at Coco Pazzo, we have electric heaters, 4 of them on the Prince Street side, and then that's that. You know, obviously, it's always a matter of once again, practical, aesthetically pleasing, and also not too expensive. So, but yes, we have in mind that, and I don't know if you have noticed what we have done at Coco Pazzo in the last 4 months. I think, in all honesty, was self-explanatory in terms of a certain respect of the surrounding. So we would like to preserve that and to maintain the standard.
How would you enclose the area, or will you? It would be
Well,
open,
you could do.
and
you could do
you bring your own
ways.
blanket.
You could. You could do you could do it several ways, I guess. But since it's pretty limited, if everybody is still, if they're still on with this, they're permitting us to do it, we probably enclose it like many people are doing it now with the platform and some all around plexiglass windows and a nice sturdy rooftop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don, I have a few.
Yeah, I was just going to say, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so Mr. Bandini, welcome.
Hi.
So this, as Mr. Flynn had indicated earlier, this was a problematic place. And I guess my first question is, did you know Philip Guardiano? I mean, do you know of him, and do you have a relationship with him?
No, I know of him, but I don't have a relationship.
And so having the business next door or right down the block, you were probably able to observe what was going on there.
I also live in the area.
Yeah.
And I have a couple of examples without naming them. Obviously, we are talking about what Piccola Cucina used to do. You know, in all honesty, I don't live above it. So selfishly speaking, I always consider, selfishly speaking, I could say I don't care. But my stance has always been that if they do it, then everybody else should do it. So why are you doing it? You are not special. So for that, I think that there is a level of, I think we lost many grants as business owners in the area because of a few people that they are go above or think they're above certain laws. We are not those people. So I definitely assure you that. And once again, if facts speak, at Coco Pazzo, I don't think we ever been at the center of any controversy in that department.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because there are people that are here listening to this conversation that live next door and live above, who were here, not here in terms, but another meeting that we've had a number of meetings, and they went through a lot, and so they're very concerned about the new operator, and I guess what you're saying though is you're going to bring what is already taking place at 160 and bring it over to 184.
In terms of philosophy and work ethics. Sure.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that very much. Now, in terms of road bed seating, can you give me an idea of how many seats and how many tables are going to be in the road bed?
Well, once again, if you look at the space, and it's probably the storefront is not wider than 15 feet. So
Yeah,
if you
21 feet.
21, even bigger. So 21 by 8 would be what is allowed to have. Then you had to have the standard 36 by 18 barrier, and you build something within that space. I don't think it would be allowed. We would be allowed to have, given obviously if there's no virus anymore and things are back to normal, then you squeeze as many people as possible. But
Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at, and that's what I'm trying to find out.
yeah,
Because
no,
I'm figuring sometime in June or July, the vaccine comes in and the road beds still are available, and that's why I'm bringing that up.
yeah, in a 21 by 8, I would think I can seat 15 people.
So just best estimate on tables and seats.
In outside, well, you would probably put four tables for 4 by 4.
Okay, so 16 altogether. Great.
I would say so. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of there were stipulations that the prior operator agreed to after the mess that was created, and he agreed to close those doors
At
and
9.
windows 9 o'clock every night.
I just want to
wanted
say
see-
I was wrong about that. So yeah.
Yeah, no, originally he was actually supposed to keep things closed all the time, and then he created these open windows, and so he didn't come back and talk to us about that, and so that was a problem. He was banging plates and pots and things like that. So I don't know if how familiar you are, Mr. Sachs, or you are, Mr. Bandini, with stipulations, but generally speaking, the hours of operation that you've put on your form, which are 11 and 12, are consistent with what was there before. But that's an actual hard closing time. That's the time when people need to be out. It's not the last time we serve somebody. So I just want to make sure you understood that the stipulations deal that we asked for that's a real closing hour. Okay.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, great. And then in terms of closing the doors and windows, is not, would you agree to 9 p.m.?
I wouldn't, because I would like to ask the community board for a little latitude and the locals to give us the chance to operate in a reasonable manner, and considering, like, it's obvious that door closed from December to March is not a problem. But when you have good months, considering how many restaurants around us have actually open doors and they operate with no problem, I wouldn't want to be put in the melting pot with the operators by having prejudice thrown at me because other people were not respectful of the rules. So I would like a chance to at least try on summer months to be open an hour before of the closing of the kitchen, which would be, 10 during the week and 11 during the weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And obviously, if I was not observant of the rules, I would take a responsibility of future decisions. But to start for goodwill and in good faith, I would like to ask the community board and everybody that is listening that we have a grant of closing at 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and then 11 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, for reasons that would give us a broader idea of how to run our business, what to expect, and also to compete on the warm spring and summer months, where many other businesses have an advantage by having open doors. And just to reiterate, that was our main issue, obviously, in losing at least 30% of our revenues at Coco Pazzo, because at the beginning we said, okay, we're not going to apply for open doors and French doors, etc. But we definitely suffered because of that.
Okay, and at least in terms of 160, not 184, but 160 prints, we received, our community board received an application to change those windows. Is there a plan to change those windows at 160?
There was always a plan, and there's still a plan in place, but as of now, it came to a halt because of the old situation.
Okay, and you understand, Mr. Bandini, that's an alteration to your premises, and so in order to have an alteration to that's an alteration to your liquor license. I'm sure Mr. Sachs would agree with me on that one. So that involves you coming back to us and giving us a notice if you intend to open those windows at 160. Because those windows are extensive down Prince Street and I think it's Sullivan, but it's Thompson or Sullivan, okay?
Well, you know, this is one of the eternal dilemmas. I don't want to, we are talking about Coco Pazzo now, and honestly, it's painful because we have been going through so much. We never shut down for the lockdown and everything. And, you know, it has been difficult once again on summer months. We have been trying to abide to every single regulation that was implemented by the time we applied for the liquor license. But as you realize, things are not, things change, or realizations of how things should have gone, but they don't go. And so that's why we, you know, once again, in respect, everything in our faith, what we do is in respect of the neighborhood and keeping clean. We believe in decency, in keep the aesthetics. There's not only money. It's not only about money. We are proud to do what we do and to go to work, and we like to do it in a clean place and keep our neighborhood proud of our presence. So we would not be offensive, but there is a reality, and the reality is a financial sustainability for a business that size and with that rent. And obviously now more than ever, that is a true thing. That's why we decided to apply for that, because it's for sustainability. It's not possible at this point to survive on summer months. And because
Mr. Bandini, I'm not, I apologize for Mr. Bandini, I apologize for cutting you off, but I think you're, what all I'm saying, I'm not talking about the merits, okay? All I'm talking about is there's a procedure in place that if those doors and those windows get changed and they now are operable, you need to come back to the community board for the liquor licensing, okay? That's all I'm telling you. I just want to make sure you knew that. And I know Mr. Sachs will explain it to you. That's all I'm saying.
We would submit a alteration application.
That's all I'm saying, okay?
Yeah.
I'll make sure you know that.
I also want you to understand where we come from.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think you made that very clear. And I apologize again for cutting you off, but I just wanted to keep moving.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Donna.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maura Fitzgerald.
Hi. I took a look at your petition, and thank you for including one. I wanted to ask just how much neighborhood outreach you did, because when I really read it, I realized that there were several people from outside the neighborhood who had signed it, from West 12th Street, several from West 11th Street, East 12th Street, a few from the Upper East Side, a couple from Fifth Avenue, Greenwich Avenue, which aren't really that close to the restaurant. So I can't really say that the residents would be affected. And I absolutely zero from the 5 units on top of the restaurant in the building.
So just to address that, the building has a new owner and it's fully vacant right now.
Okay, so that's a good reason. But still, it doesn't seem there are a lot of people from the immediate area. What kind of outreach did you do?
We did as much as we can, targeting the people that patronize the restaurant and pass in front of the restaurant. It's in all honesty.
We also, Alessandro reached out to the Soho Alliance, I believe, and we didn't get any response back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Thanks. Good evening, Alexandra. I want to ask you, how are you?
Hi, good.
Good. You had said earlier that you would like to have as many of the, special events, at least closing your restaurant for special parties and things. Talk a little bit about what those would look like, but more importantly, would you be allowing them to have live music when they come to the space?
No, once again, we wouldn't change our style of operation. It would be mostly an advantage from a budgeting standpoint to have parties, because you know how much you purchase, how much you to cost things, and how much you staff. So they're always like welcome, but it's not going to alter our way of doing business, and it definitely it won't interfere with the quality of life for the people above us and around us. That's
Okay.
not the intention, and it's mostly like from the standpoint of like pricing and contractual stipulation that we do. So we send the contract to people, pay a 50% deposit, and we know that we're going to have a full house, and we're going to. So I say that they are welcome because they give us an opportunity to have better margins.
You might not have an exact answer for this, but about how many of those do you think you'll have?
I would
On a monthly
be.
basis?
I would be great. I mean, considering how cozy the place is going to be, I would say that you could probably envision having like one a week.
Okay, thank you so much.
I would welcome that. Yes.
Yeah, I heard you say it earlier, like as many as you want. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Susan Wittenberg.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I muted?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Hi. I just want to follow up on Mara's question and something Bob referenced earlier. The fact that you haven't reached out, I know the building is empty now, that clearly means you can't reach out to the tenants. But what Bob mentioned earlier was that this was just a notorious location for the neighbors, and they were just tormented by the parties and the pot banging. I mean, it was kind of a situation, to be honest, we'd really never even heard of before. It was so extreme. So that in this instance, even though that building is empty, I feel like out of respect to the neighbors, because of what they went through with the Piccolo Cucina that owned it before, it's really important to us that you do reach out with the surrounding neighbors. And these other people that you reached out to are probably patrons. And I know Coco Pazza, I live in the area. They're a wonderful restaurant. I'm not coming in as this critical of you, but I think by any means, but I think for respect to the people who suffered so much and came to us so many times with the previous owners, you do owe it to them to reach out and let them know this is something new that's coming, and let them know that you are not these previous owners and you need a response from them. And because of what happened in the past.
Okay. We try, of course, I don't have any problem with that. You tell me, Andrew is going to suggest something, whatever.
Yeah, I normally tell my clients to like stand there during the morning rush hour and evening rush hour and talk to people coming out of buildings. But the reality is we don't have that anymore. We don't have
But listen,
we could try.
Listen, it's not a problem. You want me to submit more signatures? I'll provide them. That is not my intention to we did what we could with the people that was passing by. Obviously, I don't have many people on hand that can do that, but it's not a problem.
Right across the street. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And the restaurant sounds great.
Thank you.
Katie Bordenaro, do you have another question?
Yeah, it's coming off mute. I just wanted to let Mr. Bandini know that we usually work the opposite way from the way he suggested. We don't give the longer hours first. We give shorter hours first, and you can work up and earn the longer hours. So I think that you might want to rethink your position on those windows, because we like owners to earn the right for more time. And I'm not saying that we would give more time, because we also try to be pretty consistent throughout our community board as to the hour of closing windows. So I'm just cautioning you that maybe what you were saying isn't really in line with the way we view these situations. Okay.
Well,
okay. Mr. Sachs, did you understand what I mean?
Yeah. Can I say something? Sorry, Andrew. No, that's it's an acceptable point of view that you have, but you have to understand mine and where we come from. First of all, we are operators in the neighborhood. We have been for 3 years. And I don't think, unless there's something I don't know about, that we have been at the center of any controversial operational troubles or problems or noise complaints, with maybe few exceptions. And we never really closed late. We never really blasted the music. And even now with the sidewalk and everything, when you guys went around pointing out how indecent certain situations in the roadways and sidewalks were, we were not part of that negative outlook. And because there is a reason. So we are actually established operators, and we have proven ourselves as operators only a block away. So for that, we are asking for that. On top of that is about being profitable in times where we are all hurting and suffering, including the 95% workforce that we had to let go. So we are asking for a little leniency and a little latitude on the basis of proven things. Once is a pandemic that has been affecting us and almost made us life impossible, and the fact that we operated at a certain standards for the last 3 years.
Okay.
And one more thing I want to mention, if I can. When I found out the adverse history of the last premise, did speak with my clients about applying for a beer and wine license first, a restaurant wine license, and not doing, I'm sorry, not first, but not apply for a restaurant wine and not doing full liquor. I know full liquor is usually where a lot of these problems come from. This venue is going to have a extensive sparkling wine list and craft beers. Yes, I know there are a few troublesome locations. I'm not going to deny that, but the banging the pots, it's not going to be a birthday party target for underage kids from Long Island, which I think, from what I read, is what the other location was previously.
I would just chime in and just say that the noise is always a concern, regardless of, especially in a residential neighborhood like this. A bunch of people speaking makes noise that travels all over. So let me just finish. I think you should think about the hours for the door closing, just to be a little more in line with the 10 p.m. across the board. And you can always ask for more, but there are people that still have their hands raised. So let's move on to them. Cormac, did you have another question or a comment?
Yeah, it's a question, and I feel bad asking it because it might sound like I'm being condescending, and I'm really not. This is where we are because, as you said, these law in the making and this confusion over roadbed dining, right? So I just want to ask that, because I don't have a picture perfect memory of every place, what they've done on the sidewalks and what you've done. You do understand that it's in the roadbed, and then if you have the 8 feet along the building, and no tables on the curb next to the roadbed, right? And heaters along the building and not on the curb, right? I mean, you're clear on those regs, right?
I'm clear on all the current regulations, yes.
Okay, well, I'm just asking because a lot of people think that they're clear on the current regulations and then they keep doing it wrong. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that those were the regulations. Okay, it's nothing personal. It's just where we are right now in this confusion.
I perfectly understand.
All right, so now we'll go to the public. If anybody would like to ask a question, please raise your hands. I see Frank Rothstein, which you should be able to speak now.
Okay, you have me good?
Yes, gotcha.
Okay, first thing is I'm wondering if I'm related to Robin, but secondly, maybe an uncle. I live right, Cuz, how are you? I'm living right next to Coco Pazzo. I can tell you this, I recognize all your concerns because I've been to several of your meetings for different businesses. And I take this approach. I know your concern is noise. I was at the meetings for Piccolo Cucina. I can tell you the best thing about the noise in the past, it is in the past. They're gone. They're gone. They had 3 locations, they closed 2. He's not there anymore. New people are coming in. I can tell you, as I've gotten to know them, I've known Alessandro around the area for a long time, but not all that well. In the last 3 years, we've gotten to know each other better. I watch them run their business every day, every day. We'll go back through the most recent of times. I'm watching as whether it's from the people outside or a storm. If there's something in the street, I see the team of Coco Pazzo cleaning it up. I've seen how they design their outdoor seating. They've done it with taste. They've done it very well, as opposed to many of the other places in the area, which I don't know what distancing they're talking about, but Coco Pazzo has done it very well. One advantage they have when they're designing their outdoor seating, and as we all learn what to do every day, is they get to plan for this. This is not winging it. We don't just have to hammer together a hut and do this and do that every different day. They're planning for it. They're planning for the spring because they're not opening tomorrow. And they run their place with respect to their customers, with courtesy to their customers. I have never seen anyone I've never heard personally of anyone having a problem in the place. Now they're going to this smaller location. They're going to design it with the same taste, different style, but same taste as they've always worked. These are professional restaurant people. They're not just someone looking to make $1. And there are no pots and pans because they'll be cooking with them. I can only say that they're an asset to the neighborhood. Even though Alessandro has lived here for a while, opening a business is always different. And in the 3 years they have grown, they are an asset to the neighborhood. They have made friends with everyone locally. Everyone is comfortable there. And I could not think of a reason in a time when people are closing, with someone wanting to take a chance should be denied it. Whether his tables are open, whether his doors are open from 9 to 10, 10 to 11, they are going to make it work one way or another. And they're planning for the future. They're not just looking to make a quick buck. But as I said, they will set the tone necessary to make the place successful. As with any other business, the owners set the tone. And their tone will not, there won't be big rock bands playing around. No one's banging around the cooking utensils. They're going to set the tone, and they will do it in good style and good taste. And that is what I think.
Great, thank you. Is
Sure.
there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? Please raise your hand on this. Okay, I don't think I see anyone, so I will come back and just follow up and ask if you would be willing to close your doors at 10 p.m. every night. If is that
Depending, those are
a
the hours.
begrudging yes?
Those are the hours that everybody, it's either 9 or 10.
But listen, obviously, if we had to compromise, let's say 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we would very much appreciate that because that's exactly what everybody else is doing.
Fine.
And the people who are actually following the rules are doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. And the other thing, there's do you have a television? I think your application said a television. Is it?
We have a cable box in place because we would like to show silence, black and white movies as a form of not entertainment, but distraction of whatever background.
So would you agree?
If you play some Charlie Chaplin black and white movies, it's cute.
So would you agree to keep that on mute? All the television on mute?
But let's say that if you have a Champions League soccer game and you close the door, you want to have 10 people watching a game, I would probably like to hear a little bit of the sound, but I wouldn't blast it.
Okay, so then how about we say this? Would you agree to, if there's sound on the television, to close your doors?
Sure.
Okay. And the TV, what is it, 42 inches?
I don't know. I don't. It's not going to be huge. There's no space. So yeah,
Okay.
I would say that you set the limit at 46. I don't think it's going to exceed that.
Fine, thank you. And just to go through the stipulations, there's no dancing, no DJs, no live music, no promoted events, No event where a cover fee is charged, no scheduled performances, velvet ropes, metal barricades, security. There is no boozy brunches.
And,
bottles.
and we also have a stipulation involving the outdoor. So in other words, you know, everything closes at 11 o'clock. Just which is exactly what the outdoor dining is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
And with no speakers right by the windows facing to the outside or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good. Anybody
you.
else? We're good? Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Well,
We'll see you on Thursday.
See
Good
you
luck.
Thursday.
Good luck.
Bye.
bye.
Okay, I don't think they're here, but if Little Guilty Pleasures, Crispy Heaven is here, could you please raise your hand? Okay, I don't see them. And just to clarify what I said before to any attendees, once all the applicants are called up, you can raise your hand. If everybody raises their hand, it's hard to tell. Okay, so now we will go on to Beyond Faux Corp at 227 Mulberry. If you could raise your hands. So I have Eileen Lee. Is there anyone else? Okay. Miss Lee, if you would like to go through your application and explain.
Okay, hi. My name is Ellen. I'm from the Office of ABC License, representing Beyond Faux Corp 2, located at 227 Mulberry Street. This will be the store B, which is the right-hand side of the building. Prior to us was a Des restaurant. It's a Vietnamese restaurant. It will be a Vietnamese restaurant, 10 tables, 44 seats, one bar with 7 stools. It will be an L shape. Total of 51 seats proposed. Maximum capacity is 114, but it will be 73 max. We're not going to go way beyond. And currently it's under renovation. It will be ready to open in about a month. The business hours will be 11:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days. They are installing bifolding doors by the entrance, and they will be open during the when the weather's nice, not during the hot summer seasons. And
Miss
that's
Lee,
it.
Miss
Yes.
Lee, I apologize for cutting you off because I know you're in the middle of something, but where is Alex Chow?
Yeah.
Where's the operator? Where's the person who's going to have the license?
He's at the restaurant. He owns another restaurant in Nassau County, and he's operating, and he's currently working in the kitchen.
Is
I
he
can
the
have him.
only person? Is he the only person that's going to be on the license?
He's the only person who's going to be on the license. He operated a restaurant back in Colorado, and they moved to New York in about 2 years ago, and now currently managing a restaurant in Long Island. And this is his very first New York State application. And he'll be running the business, and he'll be running and managing the business at the same time.
Does he live in New York?
Yes, he does. He lives in Long Island, but he plans to move to Flushing, Queens, so the commute will be a little more easier.
Okay. All right. So I think that he still needs the C of O does not say eating and drinking, I believe, for the building. So
It says commercial use group 6C. That's what it says for the C of O, for the building, for the space. That's why the prior tenants were able to obtain their liquor license. They had a beer and wine license prior.
all right, does anybody have any questions. The music is background.
Background music soft, and will not, you'll be able to hold the conversation, will not be interrupting the conversation.
And what does the owner do now at the restaurant he's working at now? Does he manage that or?
He's a manager there, yes. So
And
he's
so-
taking the online phone calls and he's managing, that's why.
And so will he still be doing that when he opens this?
No,
or no?
he's only doing that because this restaurant is currently under renovation and he needs additional income at this time. And he's been doing that for the past 2 years, and he cannot just until the restaurant renovation is near complete, he will continue to work there.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a shame that he could not be here tonight because it's good for us to meet who the applicant is and get to hear from them how they're planning on running the restaurant and all of that. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'll go to the committee for questions. Start with Cormac. Flynn?
I mean, yes, I mean, I do have a question. As a preamble, I just want to be, tell you, Ms. Lee, so let you in on some secrets. One of the reasons, one of the things about accordion and opening doors that's problematic for us is that they make enforcement very difficult of various rules, like that they have to be closed when the AC is on, or what the music level is. Like I know you've indicated background music, but if that were not the case, and as you've just heard, it's sometimes people tell us that, and that's not what it is, at least when there's a wall there, there's some muting of it. Now, that's particularly challenging in this case because unlike the last applicant who has a track record that we can look at of how he's performed on noise issues in our neighborhood and things, your applicant, of course, is new to Manhattan and we really don't know anything about that. So that's a little bit, I'm just as information letting you know, uncomfortable. The second problem that we have with it is, while we wish your applicant well if he opens and we want everybody to succeed, we have to, as we consider community interest, think about what happens if he fails. And we have noticed, particularly in the neighborhood where you're opening, a pattern of a lot of places who they go in and they make the renovations with the little opening doors, and they're perfectly, reasonable things that they're doing. But then when they fail, the space isn't occupied by somebody else with a full liquor license who runs a very rowdy, noisy bar, because now the physical space has been built out that way. So all of this long preamble is coming up to asking you, do you really need to have these operable accordion windows for your concept and to make the place work? Because they're really very problematic for us. And I think you could have a very attractive infill without those operable and accordion windows. I'd feel much more comfortable with that. So do you really need them?
It was proposed by the architect because it was there before, and they added that in during on their permits that they filed for as well, because he wanted to make everything legal. He has full menu. It's a Vietnamese restaurant. It's not a little finger food, full menu. He doesn't anticipate to stay well open 1 a.m., 2 a.m. and create problems for the neighbors. It's a full menu restaurant. It's a beer. We're applying for beer wine only because he does not wish. He doesn't need a cocktail bar, and the bar that he has actually is only for has 7 seatings, even though the size of the bar is 6.6. It's an L shape, 6.6 feet by 19 feet. Then at least give us if you tell us close before 6, we have no problem with that, because this was something I mentioned to him before. If the committee board, for for any reason, say we do not like this open beyond certain hours, and it could be evening time, but if you want it open during the early hours to let the fresh fresh air come in, he's not going to have the doors open during this like hot June and July and August. It's more really for April, May, and I think it's more of early September to let the cool breeze in. That's it. And especially now during the COVID, They're saying you have to have this air circulation. This is one of the reasons why these doors were being installed. So if you tell us it's okay, it's not to attract the customers and for any other purpose, but main reason was to circulate the air, and that was a main problem.
Right. Now, so can I just clarify something I just heard you say? Are you saying that the doors actually pre-exist now and he's just looking to legalize them? They're already in existence?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So you're not
It was
actually.
always there. It's not something he's.
Right.
Yes.
I understand. You're not actually installing them. Okay.
But because they were not legalized before, we had on the permit, they're to be installed, and the architect had already filed all the paperwork.
Okay. Well, I know that we will be asking you to close them at a certain time, but I'll defer to the chair on that. So
Yes.
on what time that is.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Bordenaro?
Off mute. Ms. Lee, you mentioned the C of O, and looking at the C of O that you provided is a very poor copy.
For some reason, this is the only copy that the building department has. We will request the architect to give us a better version, because it looks like it's a computer printout version, but this is the C of O that's available on the building department website as of now. We will request a better copy and provide to the community board, but they do have a legit C of O.
We really can't see the the codes for your space are the most, or among the more problematic. And follows up on a question.
We request one from the architect also.
Okay, thank you.
Lois Rakoff?
Yes, good evening. Could we please go back? Hi, can we go back to the applicant who is applying for the liquor license?
Yes.
Is now currently working, managing in Nassau, Long Island. Does this man own that restaurant in Long Island?
No, it's a family business. He does not own this restaurant. When he moved, but he was a partner and manager in Colorado, a buffet restaurant in Colorado for quite a while, and he sold the business and he came with the family and currently staying and helping manage the business at his cousin's family restaurant, but now he's looking to open up a place of his own.
So in other words, the place in Nassau, doesn't have the liquor license there. It's a cousin.
No, he does not. They do not sell any alcoholic beverages there.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is the first time he's applying for a liquor license here in New York City?
In New York State entirely, because the place he had he was always in a restaurant business, but in Manhattan, you need to serve beer or alcohol. Not everyone's going to drink with their food, but to compete with the other restaurants nearby, if you do not have alcohol, period, not even beer, you lose customers. And above 80% will be food for sure, because it's
I'm
a Vietnamese
not questioning
restaurant.
that at all. I mean, this is the SLA committee, of course. So, but I'm wondering, is he going to manage the place in Long Island and also manage the place here?
He's going to just do this one.
How long has he been living here in Long Island? When did
2
he
years.
move to Colorado?
2 years in New York. He's been in New York for 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions or any of the attendees? Okay, the doors, would we like to discuss the doors at all? Closing the doors earlier? Bob?
That's
did you-
fine. It's okay. If you tell us 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we're happy with that. It's okay.
Right, 8 o'clock?
That's fine. It's
Okay.
okay.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I will try one more time for little guilty pleasures, and then I'll just wait till the end. So are they here? Crispy Heaven? No. Okay. Dolce Vita Hospitality Group, 137 Sullivan Street. If you could raise your hands. Okay, Donald. So let's see, I think now my screen is. Marco, did I? Okay. There. Good evening, Donald.
Hi, Donna. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay.
Is Marco on? Andrea, I see Andrea. Marco's on the phone. I don't know why my camera's so dark.
Is Andrea is
Hello.
there? Okay.
Andrea's
Hi,
here.
everyone.
There's Marco. I see Marco. It's Andrea. Okay, great. So we're all here. So this is the, well, it was formerly a number of places. It was Westbourne for 3 years, Camilla Marcus's place. Unfortunately, as a result of COVID, she was forced to close, which was unfortunate because it's great space and she had a great thing going there. Before that, it was Navy, Matt Abramchek's restaurant for 3 years, and there was another iteration before that. I think it's been licensed since around 1997. Both Navy and Westbourne had a beer and wine license, and Marco and Andrea are going to be opening an Italian restaurant also with just a beer and wine license. Marco has been in the restaurant businesses and has had licenses for what, over 15 or 16 years. He's got Favela Cubana on LaGuardia Place, which you're familiar with. It's been around for what, about 12 years. And he has Calle Dao on West 39th Street by Bryant Park, and also on West 23rd Street, close to 10th Avenue. So he's been around for a long time. And what was unfortunate for Westbourne is fortunate for Andrea and Marco. They're going to take the space and redevelop it and turn it into a very nice little neighborhood Italian restaurant. Beer and wine only, as I said. It's small. You're familiar with it because it's right next door to the church that we all go to all the time. It's going to have 6 tables with 22 seats. There will be one bar with 8 seats. The music will just be quiet background music. And that's the application. The hours that he was looking for were 10 a.m. to midnight. He was looking for 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Though I know what you gave to Westbourne was a little earlier. And that's the application. We did post notices, we put them in buildings, and we also actually posted them on lampposts. So the people that live in the block would have notice of this application.
Okay. I see, is there something about adding operable windows?
Yes, so there would be operable windows. We would close those by 10 p.m. all nights.
All right. And let's see what else I had. Private parties are.
I think to the extent, look, they want to be open to the public. It's a restaurant to the public. But if it's a small space, if someone wants to book it, they'll be able to.
Okay, so I would ask the same thing. Would they post notices on the doors to let people know if it's, if the whole place is closed out? Is
Yeah.
that?
I would think that's okay. Marco, Andrea, if you do a complete buyout, Donna's suggesting you just put a notice on the door.
Sure, we normally post notices on the door as soon as we have a private event.
Okay, and let me see what else I had in my notes. Yeah, the windows, the music's quiet background. Are you doing the open restaurants? Yes, you're going to apply for that with the roadbed seating?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we've added to our stipulations what we had said to the other applicant about any sidewalk or roadbed seating will close at 11 p.m. and no music's played outside, no speakers are inside, facing outside.
Yes.
Okay. So, and would you be open to closing at midnight as the previous applicant did 7 days a week?
I think Westbourne closed
I
at
think
midnight. I
that's-
think Navy was open later.
Bob, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so there was originally an agreement for midnight. That was a big deal. And then the neighbors worked with her and for 12 during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends. But this particular application is asking for 1 a.m. on Thursday. So I know that the people that worked so hard on the last stipulation agreement would want to stick with that hour, those hours, 12 Sunday through Thursday and 1 a.m. on the weekends.
So Marco and Andrea will be 1 a.m. just Friday and Saturday, which I think you probably could accept.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
fine with that.
Yes, we're good with that.
Okay, does
And then
anybody?
just so you know, on the former stipulations, the windows closed at 9 p.m. There are some French windows that open up on one side, and that was 9 p.m.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Marco and Andrea could speak to it. I think they prefer 10. I mean, normally we do either a 10 or 11. They're not asking for 11.
We would like to keep it open until maybe an hour before closing.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be 12. You're asking for 12 a.m. Donald, you said 10 p.m.
So it can be 11 p.m. I think, which is an hour before the 12 closing. And then we can keep it the same thing for the weekends.
Yeah, no, it was 9 p.m. That's what it was. The prior operator agreed to 9 p.m. on that block, which is a heavily residential area, very close-knit, narrow streets. So it's one thing to go from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., but not to 11 or 12.
I think 10 p.m. it's reasonable. Yes.
Right.
All right, okay, I see Cormac, you have your hand raised.
I just want to make sure with this particular applicant, before we go, I'd like to make sure that we go over the entire STIP form. Because we have had confusion in the past with this applicant over what was agreed on in committee, and I want to make sure that we're very clear on it before this is over.
Fine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions from the committee?
I just had one question. Since this is in an R zone, if outdoor dining is not allowed in R zones in the future, is that going to impact your business? Are you?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Yes,
I mean, right now, outdoor dining is allowed in residentially zoned blocks, and this is the residentially zoned blocks. And from what I understand, that's something that was definitely going to be revisited, and and a temporary measure was granted, but requires some pretty extensive changes in the zoning, and probably is not going to be included, but it's unknown at this point, in future open dining programs. And is that going to impact you guys going forward if you don't have the capability of serving on the sidewalk or in the street?
Oh, no. The idea with the seats is to fully sustain the restaurant as it is. That would be just additional for whatever temporary solution the state will have to help out the restaurant in general. But it's an extra that would help out to start business, if anything, and get the neighbor to know us as well.
Yeah, I was just asking because I don't know if everybody's aware, some of the intricacies, and I just know on this particular area, as your attorney knows, we have a lot of areas that you're making a long-term decision as a business.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And that's something that may not be fully available you know, as time goes forward. I just wanted to make sure
Sure.
that that's something that you guys had definitely
No,
considered.
we're not thinking with that in mind as a success. It's
You're not relying on it. Okay.
yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Smith.
Hi, Marco, what are the new agreed upon hours again? I understand that was like a change. Hours again?
The hours of operation was 10 to midnight, I believe, and from Sunday through Thursday, and then 10 to 1 a.m. just Friday and Saturday night.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
How are you, Mr. Dr. Smith?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Thanks.
All right, so if there are no, I don't see any other questions, I'll go through and read, as Cormac would like me to do, the stipulations. So what was not filled out on your form was the type of restaurant you are. Is there anything I should say other than it will be operated as an Italian restaurant?
It's fine.
Yes.
Okay, and the hours of operation, we just went through Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. You will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically an Italian restaurant. The kitchen will be open and the full menu items will be available until closing every night. You will not operate as a lounge, tavern, or sports bar, or allow any portion of the premises to be operated in that manner. There will be no backyard garden or outdoor area for commercial purposes. There will not be a sidewalk cafe included with this application. You will play quiet, ambient, recorded background music only. No music will be audible in any adjacent residences at any time. You will close all doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night. You will comply with New York City Department of Buildings regulations and keep current at all times required permits and certificates. Will not have unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials. Will not have boozy brunches. And no pitchers of beer. There will be no bottle service or the sale of bottles of alcohol except for the sale of bottles of beer or wine products. You will appear before CB2 Manhattan prior to submitting any changes to any stipulation agreed upon here. Will not have dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, any event where a cover fee is charged, scheduled performances, velvet ropes or metal barricades, or security personnel, and any sidewalk or roadbed seating ends by 11 p.m. All patrons will be cleared by this hour, area closed. No speakers or music played outdoors. No interior speakers positioned to face outside.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Donna?
Yes.
Yeah, we actually didn't call on the public, and there are people that.
Okay, I did look and nobody had their hand raised, so.
Yeah, and I will say, Donald and Andrea and Marco, you're going to hear from someone just now, but I also have, if Donald, if you give me Marco and Andrea's email, I can pass them on to other people on the block as well.
Yep.
Because that is a very,
Thank you.
if you want to meet the folks on that block, they're pretty organized and they're very reasonable. So I'll let the next person talk. Sorry.
Perfect.
Pauline Augustine, you should be able to speak now. I'm sorry.
Yes, okay. I just heard all the stipulations that you said, and they kind of cover everything that I had concerns about. As you know, this is just going to have, if the roadbed, right now we have to walk in the street, and even the street is getting so crowded, even the garbage people have such a hard time coming through here. This is just another, long way through. So it's just getting very crowded. I hope it's over soon. And if they're not going to have any continued, and we don't know, is that correct? We don't know if the city's going to say that they can continue that. Is that right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And they will probably, take that day by day, I'm assuming, into the spring. Do you have an idea of when that's up to a date now? Do we have?
It's already continued through October of
next year.
Next year, I believe.
Okay, because now we have the people that would normally be indoors, outdoors in that tiny street. So you can imagine every restaurant has all their people outside. So this is, but fortunately, I'm very happy that everything's been stipulated that they close at 10 and everybody's going to 11. On occasions, there are a little hang-arounds, but it's been very good, I must say. And as long as they build something that has some air coming through so that the people who are dining are not at risk or their servers are not at risk, it'll be great. Looking forward to a nice Italian restaurant. We miss the French one very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline.
And Miss
Yes.
Augustine, do you mind if I provide Andrea and I think I have your email. If you folks
Yes.
want to speak to Marco and Andrea in a more intimate setting, I can try to connect you up through Mr. Bernstein.
Okay, that's fine. And while you're on, I will tell you that our new person across the street with the Spanish restaurant took the lively being happy with the neighborhood and being nice to us. Between midnight and 3 a.m., he built his outdoor shed with high-powered tools, electric. So just
Wow.
wanted to pass that on to you.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that is not appreciated, you know what I mean? Because there are a lot of data, you know, and that was so uncalled for. No one else had had the nerve to do anything like that. Anyway, thanks. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to having a nice restaurant next door. We missed a nice one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot of people here for Jeremy Schaller, 23 Cleveland. So we are going to take that application next. If you could raise your hand and I will try to.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
Okay. Mr. Schaller, you are raised and should be able to speak, I believe.
Here you are. All right, how's everyone doing? I'm Jeremy Schaller, the owner and operator, third generation owner and operator of Schaller and Weber. If you haven't heard of us, we are an 84-year-old New York City grocer, European specialty store, and we've extended to a little sausage concept restaurant. And we've recently added a new addition called Bluma and Hutta to our concept, and that's a concept serving charcuterie and European dishes, very sort of affordable fare. Should we show the slideshow? If you don't mind, we do have a slideshow set up for this demonstration. And first of all, before we get started, I would like to mention that perhaps the application glares at everybody with a 4 a.m. concept, which we have got a lot of responses for already. And I would like to concede that we want to make this a concept that's acceptable for everyone. 4 a.m. is not really what we're intending on. We went in with the understanding that possibly it's better to lean towards asking for more and getting less, but obviously that's not the case, which we've heard from some of the other applicants tonight. We can concede to being more understandable and more accommodating to the community. What I'm asking for is, because we're doing our specialty for 84 years has been deli sandwiches, kind of like Katz has, sort of late night dining is something that we were planning on introducing to the neighborhood with pastrami sandwiches, cold cuts, and sandwich meats that we make in-house ourselves. And we thought that would be good for a late night concept. A concession of 2 a.m. or, sorry, that's my grandmother, 2 a.m. or 1 a.m., which we've been hearing has been more acceptable. We could definitely work in those terms. We'll show you our concept in a second, but Benjamin, can you please? Yeah.
Okay.
So this is,
Okay.
I just want to run you guys through this really quickly. If you
All right,
don't
let me
mind.
just, so let me get you to share your screen, I guess is what I need to do, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Barbara. Okay. So Shallon Weber was created in 1937 by my grandfather. Can you see it, guys?
Yep.
Okay. We've been an institution on the Upper East Side, family run for 3 generations. We do European grocery, which we will have at this concept. Essentially, the front of the store will be a grocery shop. It'll have a deli, a butcher shop, and a European specialty, a lot of European imported goods. We specialize in Northern European goods, German, Scandinavian, Danish, etc., Austrian, Swiss, much like D'Espagna on Grand Street specializes in. We do a different specialty concept. So you've got a picture out there of the front of our store. We wouldn't want to do any seating on the street. We would have some outdoor seating, much like we have here, which is like a little tiny stall with some tabletops. This is a view of the inside of our store. We intend on doing a similar concept, a lot of European imported goods. We realized that, you know, without the Dean and DeLucas recently closed in the neighborhood, we want to be sort of the really nice specialty store that would fill in for that concept. And our reputation is of that. So we definitely want to add that value to the neighborhood. This is our small restaurant concept. Again, we would want to have a small restaurant concept for the area or for the back of the store. We specialize in charcuterie boards and things that we make, again, like some of the specialty sandwiches, like the pastrami sandwiches, a really nice turkey sandwich that we make in-house. We do a vast variety of cold cuts, salami sandwiches. Right now, in our space on the Upper East Side, we do have a backyard that is open to an extension of the restaurant. You can see it right here. It's called Bluma. It's spaced out to be very COVID-free. We have a really nice, it's an inexpensive menu. Everything, all the entrees are $20 or less. We want to keep that in mind for the customers there. It's sort of a come in and come out style restaurant. We don't want people sitting there for hours. You can buy things from inside. You can buy things off a la carte from the menu. But we usually have the customers like not staying for long periods of time. We would like to have a full liquor license if possible. But again, for the outdoor space, we would like it to, and as we do here, and we don't have, I think we've gotten 2 noise complaints since we opened in July. We have a very good reputation for being a good partner with our outdoor seating. We close promptly at 10. All of our guests are out by 10. And as you can see, as we'll zoom down to the next concept, we've changed it this winter and built in, it's called Hutta. We made a tent. It encapsulates a lot of the sound. We actually have a meeting with Al Feinstein to talk about sound prevention and to talk about how we can soundproof the space if we do make a tent concept like this, especially during COVID. Again, we haven't gotten complaints for this. It's been very successful. And that's another thing that we'd like to offer. So this is a view of the space, 23 Cleveland, gorgeous space, perfect for this concept. That's a picture of the outdoor and the indoor. And this is a visual of what we would like to propose that the space would look like. Our deli concept and restaurant concept to the left, and then a little bit of outdoor seating to the right. Scroll down. The place has a C of O that has, that is a restaurant. 23 Cleveland, this is seen in the movie Mean Streets, was a bar and grill. This won't be a bar by any means, or a late night place, or like a concept that's gonna bring in, you know, any sort of a party scene. We're bringing our mom and pop concept to the Lower East Side. And Benjamin, could you continue to scroll?
Yep. That's the last one.
Oh, and I guess that's the last slide.
Okay.
Any questions?
So one thing I just wanted to let you know is there is no C of O for using that backyard. So I don't know if you're aware of that.
Right, we'd have to call for an alt one and see if that would be suitable and pass.
Okay, and that was one of
I'm
the
sorry, I
big.
didn't hear what the applicant just said. Could you repeat that, Donna?
Oh,
What
we
he
have
said?
to file for one for the space and see if we can have usage for the backyard. We'd file for an alt one.
For an alt one. Thank you.
Yes.
The problem is that because the way it was designed with other building, there's no emergency egress.
Right.
So there have been attempts in the past to have a backyard, and the Department of Buildings has closed it down.
Okay. What we were suggesting was making a hallway pass. We've talked to an architect about this, and that was his suggestion, to make a hallway going all the way down the side of the building that would lead from the front to the back, and that would be the additional egress.
Okay, and then let me see what else. I think the previous applicant that was there, so you're adjusting your hours, which is great because we have a ton of letters, and everybody I'm sure will speak to this. And the
Sure.
previous applicant closed at, just had a, if I understand it correctly, just had a restaurant wine license in this location, and closed at 12 a.m. every night.
Okay.
And that was negotiated with the neighbors there to make them happy with the application, and got rid of their backyard, trying to use the backyard use. So I just want to let you know how that all worked out last time with that.
Okay.
And I believe that's all I have for right now. I think I'll let you hear from the committee, and then everybody who's an attendee, if you want to just start raising your hands to speak on this. Dr. Shirley Smith.
Yes, thank you, Donna. I have two quick questions. I looked through the application. I did not see any evidence of outreach.
Okay. I believe we submitted a form of all of the outreach. I believe everyone in the building and the adjacent building did sign approval for the application. It should have been submitted before this meeting took place. I'm not sure if you received it, but it should have everyone from the two buildings, the neighboring building, the building that we are trying to occupy, and several other people in the area.
Also, too, I'm looking at your menu.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my question really is, why do you need a full liquor license for the kind of food you're going to be serving?
Just a matter of income, trying to make as much money as possible so that we can sustain the rents and sustain the operating expenses. It's not by any means a liquor bar. It's not. That's not our concept. From our proven tenure on the Upper East Side, we have never operated as a liquor bar. It's just a added value and something that would help us compete with neighboring businesses in the neighborhood.
Okay, a follow-up to your comment then. What do you propose the percentage of your food would be as opposed to the alcohol?
Yeah, at least 80%. And I mean, the majority of the food is going to be the deli, the grocery, what we are operating as. Again, think of a smaller version of like a Dean and DeLuca. That's essentially like what we are on the Upper East Side. We're a high-end specialty grocery concept, and we really are a very welcome neighborly establishment. We've been so for 84 years, and that's where we generate the majority of our business from.
Would you agree to a beer and wine?
I'd like to propose a full liquor if possible. You know, if you guys opposed it, I mean, that could be the case, but I'd really I mean, it's almost essential for the business to survive with the liquor component.
And my one last question is, what about, you have live music on your application. Can you talk a little bit about what that is going to look like?
We're willing to concede the full live music concept. In my concept that is existing on the Upper East Side, we only have background music. I'm willing to do that as well here. again, I think we were kind of just shooting for the stars, and maybe that wasn't the right approach, but we now can definitely comply to what you guys are looking for.
Okay, I'll give in to my other colleagues. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions about the outdoor space, but I'll just, that'll be it for me now. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Tasha.
Sorry, Cormac Flynn.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just gonna ask you sort of an honest sort of thing. I'm trying to understand the community benefit. You know, the space that you're replacing, right, which was really a retail store that had a little cafe in it, right? And things, was a very different concept. Now, as you pointed out, this place has had, you know, more beefy, you know, real restaurant bar-ish spaces in past years, but it hasn't in this immediate past. And in since that sort of photograph you showed from 1973, this particular stretch of street and around this plaza has become oversaturated, and it's a real problem spot in the neighborhood for a lot of noise issues, a lot of litter issues from people who are taking sort of grab and go-y stuff. And frankly, an awful lot of harassment of residents and tenants by shop owners and such. And I'm just sort of trying to understand, what is the community, like, I understand a new place, tax revenue. Beyond that, what is the community benefit of having another, you know, food and drink place in this neighborhood, one that is open now, you're saying till 2, which, by the way, is still awfully late, and has a backyard too, which is going to be terrible for the residents there. Like, I mean, I'm trying to understand what's good to the surrounding community about having this place.
Sure, Mr. Flynn. Again, to let you know some of the background of Schaller and Weber, we have been, my grandfather was an immigrant in 1937 and started a very much community grocery concept here on the Upper East Side. That's what we are first and foremost. This is going to be a butcher shop, a grocery concept, a specialty store with imported goods that are very, very hard to find in New York City. Almost again, a replacement of very high-end cheese and specialty goods like Dean and DeLuca, which the neighborhood has lost recently. We want to bring some of that great specialty concepts back into the area. What I'm asking for too, in addition to that, is to have a concept sort of in the back of the restaurant and in the back garden, which is no means going to be a party thing of any kind of sort. It's going to be a place where people can taste what we're making, order sandwiches, order charcuterie plates, and order small finger foods, basically, that they're going to be kind of tasting and walking away from while possibly enjoying a glass of wine or a cocktail and then leaving. It's not a place where you sit down for 4 hours and get hammered at all. This is a place that you just come for sort of taste and flavors that you wouldn't experience in many other places. Despania, again, on Grand Street, does a great job of bringing that to, in a Spanish concept, to the neighborhood, and it would be sort of at that high-end level of that with an affordable concept that we're trying to bring added value to the neighborhood.
Okay, great. I understand that. That's great. Let me just ask a follow-up question. In that case, so about the backyard, how many units overlook that donut, right? I mean, you know, in the back, because, you know, we try to keep commercial activity to the street as much as possible. So in the back, if you're going to have that in that yard, in that donut, how many units are we talking about that back onto that residential units?
So essentially it'd be like 4 or 5 four-tops in that back area. And we would like to do the enclosed sort of tent that we created in Huta, the place that we have in the Upper East Side. It's done a great job of capturing the noise to the backyard. It's COVID friendly. It's not on the street, which I didn't even want to do on the Upper East Side because I think it's quite dangerous and I don't want to bring that to the front of the store. I think some of these huts are just kind of intrusive, but in the backyard, you can not only feel comfortable with this pandemic, but you also feel comfortable that you're, you know, not going to get hit by a car or trucks driving by. It's a much more pleasant atmosphere that we've gotten a great response to in our neighborhood. And we're not going to overwhelm it with a lot of seats. Again, we're open for suggestions, but we're asking for about 20 people back there. It's a 2,000 square foot space, so it's quite big. I think that's, you know, a fair request. Yeah.
And just the last thing, and then I'll relinquish because I know other people have questions. What is your timeline? When would you expect to open at this point?
From now to build out to being completed, I would say 4 to 5 months.
Right. Okay. So COVID barely even enters into the, I mean, you know, the administration is saying that we're going to have, you know, and I mean, the COVID response folks are saying we're going to have like, you know, near full immunization by June. So it almost doesn't. Okay. I get it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Carter, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was wondering if you discussed with your well, 2 questions. One, have you signed a lease, and number 2, have you discussed with your landlord his plans for the building? Because we have a pending land use action before us next week for the building.
So that brings up a very fair question. I've not signed a lease, but the first that I've heard about this was from the Bowery Boogie today. So I don't know anything about that. I've talked to the landlord. I know the landlord. I've met with him, and this was not expressed. That's all I can speak to for that at the moment.
And are you familiar with the fact that I believe they own the building next door, that there was litigation? I don't know what the conclusion was from the tenant who signed the commercial lease at that space.
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, I'm going to put into the chat links to the land use application and also to the court case so that you can have them for your reference.
Thank you.
Is that it, Carter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to speak to this, I just love this space. I think it's the most perfect space for this concept in the city. From seeing it for the first time, I'm very passionate about this space. I don't know to speak to any of what you mentioned, Carter, but yeah, I will definitely have to look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I think your landlord's planning things for your space. So that's, you know, making a long-term commitment. I'm not sure if having that discussion, I would think, is important to establishing a business.
Yes.
All right, I will go to some of the attendees. Georgette Fleischer, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm a resident with my 2.5-year-old daughter at 19 Cleveland Place, 2 buildings down from this location, and I'm also the president of Friends of Petrosino Square, the local neighborhood association. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to this application, and I have a few points I'd like to make. The building itself has a history of absolute disaster. There was a point where the facade was crumbling to the point where there were threats of falling bricks on the heads of passersby. And it was only corrected when a resident in my building called in an emergency order to the Department of Buildings that immediately insisted that a shed be put up to protect pedestrians from falling bricks. The building owner has behaved in a highly irresponsible manner with respect to this location and the one next door at 25 Cleveland Place. I had a conversation about 2 weeks ago with the managing agent of the 2 buildings who was seeking to promote the land use application that you just heard of from the Bowery Boogie. And he told me that all of the residents in 23 and 25 Cleveland Place consist of himself, the nephew of the building owner, and that every single resident in those 2 buildings are on a month-to-month basis. So if you got community support from those buildings, it's not I've lived in the neighborhood for 41 years, and many of the people who are going to be speaking have lived in this neighborhood for many, many years. We have deep roots in the neighborhood, deep investment in the neighborhood. It's our homes, it's our community. Nobody approached us. I'm, the head of the local neighborhood association. It's registered with Community Board 2. We are the community group of record with Community Board 2. So, I never heard anything from you about this. Carter brought up the issue of the alternate application. I don't understand how live music squares with a grocery concept. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And, well, allow me. I think that the committee will probably give you an opportunity to respond to the issues that are raised, but I'd appreciate an opportunity to speak uninterrupted. There are numerous buildings on 4 sides. It's a 4 square block. There are residents on Cleveland Place. There are residents on Spring Street. There are residents on Mulberry Street. There are residents on Kenmare Street. Every single one of these buildings has accessibility to the area that you seek to take over for your hutta. It's going to negatively impact all of these residents. And then we have the stuff that's happening in front. I would like to point out that Petrosino Square has 19 storefronts in its entire triangular circumference. There are 9 liquor licenses. 17 storefronts. There are 9 liquor licenses in those 17 storefronts. And now that we have open restaurants in streets, where numerous of these establishments have taken over frontages, not only of their own building, but of the building next door, and in one case, the building next door to that, we actually have 14 storefronts and sidewalk cafes out of 17 storefronts. And the saturation is beyond belief. It's a wall-to-wall frat party out there every night when the weather is decent. People are singing, people are banging pans. I live with my young daughter. I will not step outside of the door. No one is wearing masks. No one is social distancing. It's an absolute horror show. I cannot imagine any justification for adding an additional liquor license to this already tremendously volatile situation. The building owner that you have been dealing with at 25 Cleveland Place, I have photographs of the propane heating units that are not 5 feet distance from the building. They're barely 2 feet distance from the building, and photographs of 20-pound propane tanks just left out in the open on the floor of the outdoor roadway restaurant, where any lunatic could come and take a hold of these tanks that are combustible, that can explode, and which emit carbon monoxide. This 2 building stretch is an absolute disaster. In addition to that, I don't know if you're aware that the frontage of the place that you would like to take over is currently being used for 19 Cleveland, which has the frontage of 19 Cleveland and 21 Cleveland and 23 Cleveland. You say that you're not going to be using street frontage. Are they going to continue to have their roadway cafe in front of your place while you're having the grocery in front and then this thing in the middle of the courtyard? It just sounds like it sounds like something, a kind of phantasmagoria of strangely juxtaposed things one on top of the other. This just does not make any sense to me. And not only would it be no community benefit, it would be a severe distress to a community that is barely hanging on with the conditions that we're living in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and if I could speak to that. I have been down there to visit the store quite recently, and I would tend to agree with you. I think that it is, it's quite overwhelming, and it's encroaching on everybody's property, and it's not appealing to anybody. And I'm a big advocate against front street side outdoor seating. I think it's become ridiculous. Nobody's maintaining any authority on it. People are encroaching on other properties. I had up here on the Upper East Side, I had to remove some other people that were encroaching on my property. I think it's absolutely absurd. That space on 23 Cleveland, although I don't know that much about the building itself and the stability of the building, I do own a building up here, so I'm very familiar with the DOB and the restrictions of maintaining a building. But what I do know is that space is a gorgeous space aesthetically, looking inside. So what I would do immediately is, if I'm the tenant at that place, would be to remove those people from 19 Cleveland from my spot. That might be the space that I'm paying for. I want to show my storefront. That's very important to my concept. I want it to be a beautiful European grocery. I want to get that crap out of here. What I am doing, and first and foremost that you and your daughter might, or child might like, is that it's going to be a beautiful grocery store. We have things for kids. We have chocolates for kids. It's a welcoming place. I have a 2-year-old son. It's like a wonderland for him. And that's what the front of the store is. It's a European grocery store. And then it has a cafe in the back of the building. And it's not a party place. It's not going to be associated with any other party place in that area. And I've seen what's happening down there. And I would agree with you. But we're just trying to make it, and we've been a family-owned 84-year-old company up here, and that's what we're trying to bring down there. We're not trying to harm you with any music. We're going to do the best again to, when we do Huta, which will also be the more summer cafe concept, just to keep the prices lower. We have consulted with Al, shoot, what's his name? I think it's Al Firestein, and he hasn't been able to make it to the place due to COVID yet. But he has given us some guidance as to what it would take to give us some soundproofing to the backyard concept, which again would be a tent, and we would highly consider the decibel amounts in the backyard to accommodate the neighbors around this area.
Thank you. Okay, Laura Tannenbaum, you may speak.
Okay, hi. I want to talk first about the backyard and the special Little Italy district rules, which these premises are located in. There is a requirement for an open rear yard. If you put up tents, permanent tents, it's not open any longer. I don't think the concept of putting in tents will work. You also need DOB approval for those tents. And the DOB has a record of disproving tents in these backyards. It's happened before. People have already spoken about the problem of noise back there for the residents. And I'm sorry, tents are not going to contain the noise. They're just not. And in nice weather, you're not going to want to have the tents out there. You're going to want to take them away. And then the noise will be worse. I think that the concept that you describe of the grocery store with, kind of a boucherie on the outside is very nice, but that's not a 2 a.m. That's not a 2 a.m. business at all. And the other businesses on the street, all 9 of them on that surround Petrosino Square, they close. One, Café Select, which has a very similar type of menu. You can go there if you want the bratwurst. They close at 2, and they've been problematic. The other ones, Chef's Club Counter closes at 10. Jack's Wife Frida closes at 10. Its latest closing is 10, and that's on Friday and Saturday. It's earlier before that. Ed's Lobster closes at 9:30. Beau Cafe closes at midnight, except Sunday and Monday when it's 10:30. Osteria Marini closes at 10 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 p.m. before that. La Esquina closes at 11 p.m. every day. And 19 Cleveland officially closes at 11. I'm not going to say when they're really open till, but they officially close until 11. And Arepis closes at 9. I think the hours that are being requested even 2 a.m. are completely out of keeping with this community. And Mr. Schaller, your business has been a mainstay. I think it's 86th Street.
It is.
In that area.
Mhm.
Been there. It's great.
Thank you.
You know your neighborhood. You don't know this neighborhood. You keep referring to D'Espagna on Grand Street. It's not on Grand Street. You don't know this neighborhood.
I do. I've worked at stores since I was 16 years old in the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for many years. I have been down there, and I've spent a lot of time in my life in that neighborhood. I love that neighborhood.
Okay.
That's
No,
why
please. I'm sorry. I didn't want to try to make this personal. And I apologize for that. I didn't intend it to be taken that way.
It's okay. I mean, essentially, look at.
But occupancy inside seems to be, reading the certificate of occupancy that's there right now, seems to allow 50 people in the whole building.
Yes.
Laura, let me just say one thing and then I'll let you continue. Can we just let's not do the back and forth. That's the only thing I want to say. Go ahead.
Right. 50 people in the building. And this is an application for, actually, we were told it was over 75, but I don't know the full number because I don't think that was ever said. And maybe we can be told that later. The C of O only allows storage in the basement, and the applicant has an intention to use that. He's saying that he will apply for a new certificate of occupancy, but given that the applicant has entered into ULURP to tear down the building and replace it with a multi-story commercial building, I don't know how that's going to happen. Backyard questions about the tent I asked about. Occupancy, I think he said 20 people. What will the hours in the backyard, if it ever happens, are very important. The only backyard restaurants that have ever been there, and there have been in the past, not in that space, I don't think, but on 25 Cleveland, before we knew it was not legal, closed at 10 o'clock. Music would be a real problem outside. Light pollution would be an issue. Special events, private parties outside. When people start singing happy birthday outside, I don't care if there's a tent or not, it's going to be a problem. Question, is there going to be a bar outside? What type of heaters will be used? This is surrounded by residential buildings. And I'm also concerned that the government's allowance to have open restaurants on private property might be used to circumvent the lack of a C of O for the backyard. And if that is true, the implication for so many of our backyards in residential areas could be really bad. I don't want to keep on going. I've written most of this already to you in writing, so I don't have to go through all of it. I don't understand why there has to be a TV in the concept that's been presented to us. And, you know, I really feel for Mr. Schaller in terms of the liquor, because I know that at this point rents are so high, the only way to pay them is to have a full liquor license. And that's not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be, but the rest of us are suffering for it. And that's not good either. And that's where I'm going to end.
Thank you. Marna Lawrence.
Yeah. Oh, can I reply?
How about we just let everybody go through and then I'll let you respond at the end. I will let you respond, but we'll just go through everybody and then you can respond.
Sounds good. Okay.
Marna Lawrence, I think I have allowed you to talk.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. There's much that has been said that I'm going to try not to repeat.
Thank you.
I oppose this application and urge that I do have some questions. The community board to recommend denial, I very strongly do, for the reasons outlined in my testimonial. There have been some changes presented tonight, which I'll tell you honestly, it sounds like a lovely place, but in the wrong place, in the wrong location. And I would probably go to it if it was just a shop. I also asked that the SLA committee make sure to request a 500-foot rule hearing should the application go forward. I'm not really clear on the use of the cellar, so that's one of my questions. Can I say that the clothing store was the classiest thing on our block for very many, over all the years I've lived here, and I've lived here since 1980. I'm very concerned that there was no community outreach. That's been brought up, but you know, the method of operation, which right now stands at 2 a.m. Hold on for a second. Is much too late. And it's contrary to what is in the public interest in a mainly residential area. So we're talking about community outreach. At that point, it was 4 a.m., live music, et cetera. So it seems strange to me that that method of operation would so quickly be changed to suit the community. The questionnaire is quite vague and incomplete and inaccurate. I really am curious as to why the name of the property owner was redacted. It made me wonder what that intention was there. But we have, I think the point has gotten across that the property owner, I was the person who worked very hard with the Department of Buildings to get that shed up. The property owner, and I've sent you a list of all those violations and copies of them, repeatedly neglects to inform the prospective restaurant owners that they cannot serve patrons in the rear yard. We know about the lawsuit, and we know about the overly licensed Petrosino Square area. You know, it's really hard to ascertain at this point in time how many liquor licenses there literally are within 500 or 200 feet. However, it's easy to determine the amount of currently very active liquor licenses that exist in this very overly densely licensed Petrosino Square. The number of them have been mentioned. I came up with 9 currently active liquor licenses out of 15 buildings facing the park. The question of the rear yard, it's hard for me to understand how an architect is going to put some kind of, I forgot how you said it, how the applicant said it, but some kind of a aisle, I think, that would go between the two buildings. I just can't see that as working. And knowing the history of how the restaurant owner, the property owner deals with construction, it makes me very frightened. One thing that hasn't come up, I don't think, is that it's not only illegal to use the rear yard at this point in time because there's no two means of egress, which is of course a fire hazard, but it's also in the special Italy district, which means that you can't, my understanding is there's no commercial use in the special Italy district, which is why they're working so hard next week to change that zoning so they can build an 8-story building, which I understand you did not, Mr. Schaller, you did not know about. Which is really strange, but that's something to really, really be concerned about because let's face it, you know, here we go again. The property owner continually neglects to inform prospective restaurant owners that they cannot serve patrons in the rear yard for service. And I've seen one after another restaurants leaving and closing because of that. It really terrified, not in addition to the fact that there's an adverse history at the location because of DOB violations. I mean, there were 13 violations issued only just for that one building, 23 Cleveland Place. And that doesn't include many of them that were issued at 25 Cleveland Place. And some of that, the description of that, Georgette spoke about. By the way, let me just share that they were using, at one point, they were going to demolish the building and then they decided for whatever reason to rebuild, and they didn't put the roof back on. So they were having parties on the ceiling of the 3rd floor. So there are in fact not 5 as the questionnaires indicated, but 3 floors. And this whole thing really terrifies me because after I read an article in Tribeca Citizen about the property owner of 46 Lispenard, who was responsible for endangering and harassing neighborhood residents by holding pandemic, and still does, I guess, outdoor parties all night long, even including rooftop fireworks. Can our community really trust that this gentleman, the property owner I'm referring to, would be respectful of the residents in our own neighborhood? Having a liquor license on his property, I'm not questioning Mr. Schaller, is not a right, it is a responsibility. And of course, last but not least, and it's been brought up, I mean, what is the reason why the property owner is renting out his commercial space to open a restaurant, keeping in mind that the New York State Liquor Authority requires the lessee to sign a minimum of a 2-year lease? So that's my next question. I haven't really heard clearly what the lease, well, I guess you don't know yet how long the lease would be, but of course, my understanding is you have to sign a 2-year lease. So at the same time, he's planning to build an 8-story office building. I'm not sure how that all works. And then a couple of more questions about to Mr. Schaller about some articles I read. And boy, it really does look lovely, your East 86 store and your outdoor little, you know, what is it? I forgot the name of it now, but your little restaurant. The problem is that back here, sound goes crazy and tents don't work, and they're not even allowed. But let's just put all that aside for a minute.
Yeah.
There are 22 residential buildings surrounding this courtyard, 175, I believe it was, residential units. So that's a real problem. But, you know, one of the articles I saw that
Marna, I don't really want to interrupt you, but can you just try to narrow the points down? We've got 4 other people who want to speak, and I want to give Mr. Schaller an opportunity to answer, and he's so that you.
I guess my question is to get clear on why the property owner's name was redacted, which is very, very reasonable when you're dealing with private addresses and things like that, but not the property owner's name.
I'll just answer that, Marna, because
Yeah.
Florence redacted it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, the CB2 questionnaire in the premises section inaccurately indicates the wrong block number. It's 481, not 981. And that would be, oh yeah, outreach. Last thing. There was no outreach. 25 and 20, there are some residents in 20, as we stated, they're probably not really fully residents, except for maybe one, no, he's not either. There are people living or residing at times in 25 and 23 too, but that's not the whole block. And that's certainly not all the streets around this courtyard.
Okay, so I think that has been mentioned before, so I think we've got that. Is there anything new, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry to cut you short.
Oh, sorry, I just was.
It's all right. Mr. Schaller, would you like to, so that you can start addressing, and again, I just want to reiterate, we're not going to do a back and forth, so just respond and then, thank you.
Understand. Just to bring some clarity further for all of you, no special events in this outdoor area. There's no bar outside. All the heating would be electric. That's all I have in my concept on the Upper East Side. They're fantastic. They're safe. I have a fire retardant, all waterproof tent, which we again are looking to soundproof as well for the backyard. But the reality is of it, it's not a late outdoor space. I would just essentially in the summertime close at sundown, close at at a very reasonable time. Our space right now is decorated with the Christmas tree and holiday stuff. It's a very family-friendly outdoor space. That's what I intend to bring to the neighborhood as well. We have no at all issue with no TV at all. This is again not a sports bar. I'm not trying to bring that. That's not my concept. David Turner has been my architect for a couple of jobs up here on the Upper East Side. He was the one that suggested that for an Alt-1, we would have to create that hallway. I've trusted him for jobs in the past, and he's been successful in giving me permits from the DOB. So I trust that his suggestion is legitimate. As for the landlord, I would not go into this project without signing an 8 to 10 year lease. I just want to make that clear to everybody. I have no intention of making a build out that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to be taken away in a year or two. That's not my intention. If I'm going to invest in this property, it's for the long term. I mean, of course, I'm going to research and find out if the landlord actually is intending to sell the building. I do own a building up here on the Upper East Side, and sometimes landlords do rearrange zoning issues for the long-term goal of selling a building, but I've also had tenants that have signed multi-year leases in between. So I don't think that's quite unusual to do that. But I will look into it further, because if it's if it is an issue, it'll be a non-deal starter for me.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now take Anthony Strapoli. Oh, wait, I have to let you speak. Sorry. Go ahead. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I just want to first say hi to CB2 and thank you for all your great work that you did in helping us at 219 Mulberry with rubies and the issues that were very similar to what I'm hearing here tonight. And I'm here for that reason. I'm here as a resident of this community to strongly oppose this application. And I appreciate you calling on me. I have another work call to jump onto, but I really did want to come because I do believe in what you guys do, and I so appreciate all of your work. So let me just start there. Here's what I'd like to say to you, Mr. Schlesinger. You know, you keep going back to this idea of a family concept, a family place, a family this, yet the requests that you're putting out there have nothing to do with the residents and families that live in that community, in our community, and in those surrounding buildings. I don't think you have there's a way for us to express to you what happens in that kind of courtyard setting. The sound is amplified. We dealt with this for years from Ruby's, just for their backyard kitchen use that they thought they could do. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. It's literally as though the people in that area are sitting outside of your window and speaking into your home. So if you have 2 people speaking, never mind 20, you are bombarded with that sound from your windows, and there's no way to control that. There's no tent that will control it. So I want you just to understand that is what the opposition is. It is a quality of life opposition. And when you talk about the family and you talk about the niceness and the, you know, what you guys, and you're a New Yorker and I don't understand why you would, I mean, you just threw everything at the wall. It seems 4 a.m., live music, special events, outside space. I mean, it just went on and on and on. I was blown away because the truth of the matter is that we do not need this in this neighborhood. You keep referring to Dean and DeLuca. Why not take that space? You know, find a way to take that space. It's much more, you know, conducive to that kind of shop or a smaller space. I don't understand the connection between having a specialty grocery and then the idea of you going from just even in this meeting from 4 a.m. to saying you're going to close your outside backyard space at sunset. So it seems like you're not really clear about what your concept is, but I'm really clear as a resident of this neighborhood that it's not something we need here. If you want to open a specialty shop, why not choose an area that is in Cleveland where, I mean, you said you saw what's going on there. We are in an unprecedented times, definitely. I mean, the streets are a disaster. The garbage, the noise, the lack of care, the lack of safety. But I think that the focus is way too much on local businesses and that the residents of the community are getting bulldozed. And that's why I think you're hearing such a strong opposition. It's not the time. I don't think it's the right space. And I just want to explain that to you from someone who has lived through the hell of someone opening like that, not even using that for that space. We had to actually, with the help of CB2, thank you so much, get a stipulation put onto the SLA license. And that was the only way we got some quality of life back to our building. So I just want to, again, thank you guys for hearing me out. I strongly oppose this on any level. I think you should find a new place to do it. If you want to be downtown, there are many other spaces. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Sure, thanks.
May I respond?
Yes.
Sure. The Dean and DeLuca space is renting for over $100,000 a month, so that is out of the question, out of my wheelhouse, as for most people. The 19 Cleveland space is special, and what I did unintentionally was I submitted this application the wrong way. And I've learned that tonight, and I am willing to concede a lot to the requirements of the community. Eunice Lee is a friend of mine, and I've spoken to her today. She's a member of your community, and I think she's a very good advocate for the shallow river concept as well. She's familiar with it. We are what we say we are. And what I'm trying to tell you is what I'm legitimately expressing to you tonight. We can concede a lot of the hours. We can work around your requirements. I do have a passion for this space, and I just want to be able to work with you and compromise on something that would be good for you and the community as far as what the times are. I would gladly concede no live music, no 4 a.m. by any means. We can push it back to 1 for inside, 12, okay. You've granted some other people tonight 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, so I would just only think that would be fair. Again, during the weekdays, we could definitely close earlier. And again, for the outdoor, we've done a terrific job on the Upper East Side with Vita. The community response has been incredibly proactive and happy with what we've done. We've had no complaints. So I just want you to take that all into consideration when I speak to you all tonight.
Okay. We have one member that I missed before from our committee, so I'm going to just switch to the committee and let Patricia Laria ask her question. Patricia?
Yes, thank you, Donna.
Sure.
You keep referring to your mom and pop grocery style restaurant as similar to De España. However, De España just sells wines. Can you explain again why you need a full liquor license? It sounds like you want to create a beer hall situation there. That's my question. Thank you.
Sure. You know, as other people mentioned tonight too, it is very difficult to pay the rents in New York without a liquor license. It's just tremendously hard. That's just the nature of the beast. I hate to say it, but we are asking for that in tonight to make ends meet economically for taking the space on and making us survive as a business. I want to go into this concept to be there for 10, 12 years and then renew a lease. I don't want to be here for 2 years and the landlord kicks me out, which has been sort of the topic of things tonight. If that's the case, I'm not doing this. But in order to survive for the long term, I believe, and running through the numbers, it's essential to the state of the business to make it continue for the long term.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to the attendees and then I will let the community board members. I just said Miss Patricia before she raised her hand as soon as right at the end and I missed her. So I'll go back to the attendees now. Michelle Campo. You should be able to speak. Michelle, you may have to unmute yourself. Michelle Campo, can you try unmuting yourself? I've let you speak on this end. Michelle. Michelle, can you, are you there? I'm going to lower your hand and then if you're still there, which I guess you are, but then put your hand back up and I'll see if you can talk. In the meantime, I'll go to Paul Halsey. Excuse me if I've said the name incorrectly.
Hello. Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm Paul Halsey. I've lived in this neighborhood for 33 years. I missed the beginning of Mr. Schaller's presentation, but I did hear a number of the respondents, Georgette, Laura, Marna, Anthony. I think they've covered a lot of the issues and seem to have done a lot of research on this. I just want to reiterate some of the basic points that they made and express my support for what they have already said, which is my concern about live music, my concern about late hours, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. And I guess that having lived in this neighborhood for 33 years and having seen some of the nefarious things that have gone on, including some of which they have mentioned, I'm just kind of naturally suspicious of anything. I mean, I really only know what I read in Marna's email to me, but you know, I think some people have even, and specifically those two buildings, which again, I only know what I observe. I haven't researched this thoroughly, but up until now, I would have thought it was a permanent Airbnb like building, because I see a bunch of locks on the front of the building and people going in and out with suitcases. So I would guess that they're not permanent residents. Someone has referred to there not being a roof on the building, which I had also heard about. I've read about someone wanting to turn it into a butterfly sanctuary.
Can I just ask that you direct your comments to this application and try not to repeat what other people have said in your firsthand knowledge?
I just want to give you some sense of what has happened in this neighborhood and why I would be naturally suspicious of anyone who applied for a liquor license. And I was just about to mention Club 19, which used to be next door to me. So, but yeah, essentially, I'm just reiterating the points that have already been made and expressing my support for what the other attendees have said.
Great, thank you very much for doing that. Okay. Michelle Campo, let's try it again.
I can't seem to unmute.
You are unmuted. Go ahead, and if you could just try to, just so everybody knows, any letters that we received have been submitted to the committee. They were all forwarded off. So everybody has had everything. So if you could just try to keep it new and.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, glory, hallelujah. Okay. So I know I just want to say first off that I believe everybody else are so, we are so in love with our community board. I think all you guys are, not to be kind of, you know, smushy or anything, but I think you guys are amazing. You're all intelligent and articulate, and I wish I was the same as you. And most of what I was going to say, I know you've gotten my letter, and was already said by Georgette and Laura and Morna and Anthony, who I've not met before. I've lived in this area most of my life, over 40 years. And aside from the past 15 years, it's never been oversaturated such as it is. And there have been retail stores, which they are not, because I know everybody wants to come and the landlords jack up the rents and only a bar can survive. And that's not for local residents, generally speaking. Anyway, it's more of a, you know, a place where people come to from other areas. I am with the Barry Alliance of Neighbors, and I'm quite particular to the slid. It's one of my pet babies. So as far as my understanding is, there is no commercial venue allowed in the backyard. I know this gentleman seems to be, Mr. Schaller seems to be a decent sort of guy. And I think that the landlord has sold him a bill of goods, which a lot of landlords tend to do. And I would say also that, you know, a grocery store would be lovely. You don't need a backyard. And I have a courtyard and two people out there. I can hear every word they say, and I'm on the 4th floor. It amplifies to the extent where I think most people understand and know that it's abominable. And aside from that, the owner of the building who thinks he is going to chip away at the slid, I don't think it's gonna work, because I know my fellow activists and I they tried to do that a couple of times before and it did not happen. So as far as you're staying there, that's a possibility. And maybe if you are there without the backyard, mind you, that might be a good idea, you know, for you, because his grandiose ideas of putting in an 8-story building and demolishing the one that's there is not really going to fly. Let's put it that way. And this guy, I think he just reaches for the moon. Look, if he wanted to have a party on the top floor and without a roof, you know, he's operating without all his marbles in my book. So I don't think that's going to fly as far as the application. And you came with all this pie in the sky idea of, you know, live music, amplified music, backyard, all the things that will push all the buttons of everybody in this area in a negative way. And you're very quick to fold on that. And so I don't know why you had that concept to begin with. I really don't understand that, you know, so that raises a little doubt in my mind. But aside from that, it would be lovely to have a grocery store there, not a backyard, not anything in the backyard at all. I know you can't put a hut on it. You shouldn't be operating any commercial. That's for the residents of the area. It's for the light and air of the area. That's part of what the SLID is, to have open space for the residents, not for commercial, not for any commercial projects. So.
Okay. Are you finished?
Everything else was said pretty much, so I'll let you go. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Andrew, Chris. You should be able to speak now. You may have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? So I am a resident at 23 Cleveland. I'm actually looking right in the courtyard at the moment. And I have to say, I've been here for a number of years. And also I work with ownership, which is Kenmare Square LLC. I know a lot of things have been tossed out about ownership and this and that. But to set the record straight, the ownership is Kenmare Square LLC, which is a number of different partners. We own a number of buildings in the neighborhood. And, you know, I think if you look at other properties also, we are very committed to Little Italy and the Soho area. Living here, you know, no one's more affected than the backyard than myself. I've actually been trying to rent the space downstairs, and I think I've gone out to a number of tenants. We should be so lucky to have Jeremy and Schuler and Weber as a tenant. He's a friend. If you've seen the operation, it's immaculately run. I would say it's one of the best grocery stores and food consumption places in the city, and it would be a welcome addition to the area. It would also be a big job creator in the area, and it would probably clean the area and bring a solid tenant. A lot of stuff's been thrown out with liquor and downstairs. The reality is, with the market we're in, there's not many retail tenants, and everyone would love to have something with maybe not food or anything else there. But I think that's not realistic, and especially from an ownership perspective, that's not the best use. Some stuff's been thrown out on the text amendment. I could just say that's been something in the works for over 5 years now, which is completely different to that. But I know management and ownership would never put the tenant in a place where it would not make sense feasibly for his economic interest in the investment in the property. Also, I actually did a number of outreach. The stuff Georgette said is a complete lie and it's incorrect. I've spoken to the other tenants here, and there's been outreach, and you know, from 212 Lafayette to 210 to 25 Cleveland to the neighbors in the building here. Those are all long-term leases. They are all tenants that are on a yearly lease basis. And then I know, and I've worked on it firsthand, there's been a number of discussion of the legality of the backyard. I've consulted with the top architects in the city. From my understanding, which a lot of misinformation gets thrown out in these community board meetings. If you have an Alt 1, it's a DOB issue. It's not an issue of what's this or not. There is a process with the building department and the right egresses to activate and use a backyard. There are other backyards that we give good precedent of that. But from my consultation and to pursue the backyard, I know we're in a different times right now with COVID. I could say that ownership and management will do everything applying to code. And I know we've discussed that with Schuler and Weber, and that programming would be contingent on DOB. This overall, I know there's the usual gang of people that are very anti everything in this area. It's an awesome run operation, and you have every other place next door that has a liquor license, and every other, an active nightlife scene there. I can't see why a supermarket that, has some type of programming for a little bit to go along with the lifestyle with it should not have one. And if you had any other questions, I know there was a few other issues, and someone brought up a lawsuit that has nothing to do with anything to, bring that up. That is very incorrect.
Okay, and just to clarify, so there are residential tenants in 23 Cleveland.
23, there's a tenant below me that's been here for 2 years. And then there's 5 tenants in 25 Cleveland.
Okay, thanks.
And it is not an Airbnb, and there is one lockbox outside, and that lockbox is mine in case I forget my keys.
Okay, thank you. I think we have heard from all the attendees. All right, we will go back to the community board and start with Dr. Smith.
Thanks, Don. I just have a quick question again for Mr. Schaller. Your business on the Upper East Side, is it this very same method of operation that you are proposing to us?
100%. The exact layout, the exact concepts that are active in my place right now on the Upper East Side, I would love to have the opportunity to bring it downtown. I think you guys would welcome it with open arms if you had an opportunity to come up here and see what it is. Again, there's a reason we've been here for 84 years. My grandfather, again, was an immigrant and started this company. We do a very unique thing. We offer a very unique set of grocery and food for, for different ethnicities, and we'd love for you guys to experience it. We have a sausage concept, we have our cafe concept, and most importantly, we have our deli and grocery concept, and that's what's on the forefront. And that is 80% of the business that we actually make in revenue every year is from our deli. So.
And do you have a liquor license there?
I do. I have 2.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Susan Wittenberg.
Hi, I have been listening to all of this, and clearly both sides are presenting an unusually different situation. Let's just put aside for a minute that the building is coming to land use to be torn down. We'll just put that aside, and you'll work that out with the owner. What the neighbors are saying, to be clear, is, are you willing to give up the backyard use, which torments people? I believe when they say 2 people talking, you can hear it on the 4th floor, as well as that is not allowed in SLID, and to have closing hours that would be compatible to the acceptable, similar to the other restaurants that are acceptable on Petrosino Square. Just 2 simple questions.
I do believe that the hours would be something that we could live with. Again, as other concepts tonight have asked for, I think 1 a.m. and 10 p.m. for the outdoor would be the request I would look for to make ends meet and to make this economically feasible. The outdoor, I do have a business.
You mean on the street in front of the restaurant, or are you talking about
nothing on the street in front of the restaurant? Nothing whatsoever.
Okay.
Not even like on the sidewalk. I'm not looking for anything on the street. I would want to really expose the front of the building, to expose our sign, to really make it look beautiful from the outside aesthetically, and remove the tenants that are there with their outdoor seating currently. Not tenants, the people that have moved over and taken it over. The outdoor is more critical. It is in my business plan at the moment. So I would have to go to my other business partner and see if we can put some numbers together to see if it would work to make
Are you
ends meet.
aware of the restrictions of SLID? I mean, are you aware of that or not aware of it, which is why it's in your business plan?
From my architect, David Turner, who again I've worked with in the past, he has suggested to me that with an Alt-1 amendment to the current code for the building, we could make that possible. And again, I mean, we've talked to people about soundproofing. We've got no complaints from our existing structure in the back here on the Upper East Side. We do want to make it clear that, again, the concept is that we're not trying to make anything that the noise would be too loud or, you know, affect anybody that's living in the neighborhood.
Okay, well, clearly the legality of the SLID is something that you're going to have to look into more. I understand you were advised by your lawyer, which might mean you didn't know it, but as far as we're hearing, it is something that is known in the neighborhood. Okay, thank you for your answers.
And I just to follow up on Susan's point, the other restaurants from what I've been told in the neighborhood close closer to 10 and 11 o'clock at night. So 1 o'clock is later than a lot of the other restaurants. So just think about that. And I'm going to move on to Cormac Flynn.
Hello. Hello again, Mr. Schaller. And I know this is getting long, so I'm sorry. If it helps, I like a lot of things about your proposal. But there are a couple of things I just want to zero in on. So Mr. Chris, who was one of the folks who just talked, told us that there are actually a number of people in the building there and the adjoining buildings, which surprises me. People who know have told me that the records do not show residents in the building, but that being the case, I want to go back to the earlier question I asked that you didn't answer, and I'm not calling you on it. I mean, I don't think you know the answer is fine. That was about how many units back onto that donut. So what I want to ask now, though, is more specifically in terms of your community outreach. Have you talked to all of the people like in the building you're going into and say the adjoining buildings who are going to look out on that yard about your plan at this point?
I was told by Mr. Chris that, again, as a friend of mine, that he was the one that reached out to the community, and he told me honestly that he's spoken to everyone in the building, everyone in the adjacent building, and several other people in adjacent buildings to those buildings, and got them on the proposal or the docket that we gave you guys for the list of people in the community that have responded in favor of this project.
Okay, so Mr. Chris is, sorry, I just took him to be just an instant community member. He's sort of a member of your team. Okay.
He's a friend of mine, and he proposed that he could do that since he was in the building.
Yeah.
I have been quite busy. It's the Christmas season at my place up here, so he told me he could do that for me as a favor.
There's nothing wrong with that. So, so here's the other thing. I want to go back and confirm. I was surprised by some of the things you said about the roadbed seating, and I want to confirm with you something, because you said you don't have it uptown and you don't plan to have it here, and we're a little bit disparaging of it. And because I know you've been quoted in the press as praising the idea of making it, some sort of a permanent kind of a plan for roadbed seating. And so I just want to make sure that I heard correctly and that you're stipulating that you don't plan to have it here ever.
As it turns out, the outdoor seating works in favor of both the front and the backyard. Again, I'm a very big advocate of what we've gotten to be passed by the DOT now as availability to have outdoor seating in the backyards. And that's where my huta exists. And again, I have nothing that's on the street as far as outdoor seating. I was very opposed to it because 2nd Avenue is a very, very active street. That's where my current residence is and my current store. It's a roadway where trucks come down, bike lanes are appearing. And I saw something similar on Cleveland Street where it's just chaos right now. And it's almost like, like tents that have popped up everywhere on the street. And it's disapproving to the eye, and it's disapproving to people that live there. And I just don't like it up here, and I don't like it down there. I think it's unsafe, and I'm not a fan of it. As for backyard, I think it's a good thing. I know it affects neighbors with sound, but we, again, up here have done everything we can to please the neighbors that are adjacent to our place, and we've done a great job with it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Katie Bordenaro? Katie? I can't hear you.
I have a few quick questions.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, Bob, and we'll see. If Katie, I'm going to lower your hand. If you want to speak, raise it again.
Yeah, Mr. Schaller, in terms of their location up on the Upper East Side, those are beer and wine licenses?
They are, yes.
Yeah, and you close up there at around 11 o'clock?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Bob?
That's it.
Okay.
One comment just to that is, it is a little different. We're going into a new neighborhood. Up here, we've been able to develop something that's been here for 84 years. Every person that lives in the Upper East Side is essentially a fan and a customer of Schaller and Weber up here. So we've been able to afford certain, we haven't had to require something else like a liquor license going into a new venture where we intend to be as long-term as we are here. We need a little help, and that is what we're requesting with the full liquor license.
Okay. So I don't know if you have anything further to say to the hours question. I guess you'd have to think about the outside backyard area. You'd have to get back to us if that's something you could do without. That seems to be a major concern of everyone's and there's a tremendous amount of residences around that donut. So I think it's the hours outside, hours, or can you get rid of outside? And then in general, your closing hours. You've eliminated the TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And Katie does want to say something, so I'm going to see if I can get her off mute.
Yeah, like music, TVs, only background music. Let's see, no events.
I mean, would you be open to closing at midnight, 11 p.m. and midnight inside?
I can certainly look into it if you don't mind, if I can get back to you on that.
Fine. Okay. And I think what I heard you say, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that you really do need the full OP license here in order for it to work for you. A beer wine would not make this feasible.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then you're going to look into the backyard.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking all the time here.
Hey, everybody. Yes. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Next is Becca doing business as Baby Grand at 161 Lafayette. If you could raise your hands. Hang on. Okay, I think I have you both up there.
Yes.
All right, I guess we heard you last month, so I'll start with that. And maybe you just want to go through quickly what you said last month and let us know what's different this month. Can you speak?
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. So I'm no longer doing anything outside. I believe that was the big objection, and rightfully so. To be quite honest with you, I rethought it, reworked out the numbers, and this was a very, very successful business internally without any outside. So that is what I'm presenting today, where it's going to be just a karaoke bar. You know, as I stated last month, I am the landlord as well. Buildings in my family for 60 years, 55 years. Never had a complaint that I'm aware of. I ran the bar myself. I had a liquor license here in 2006 to 2008, and I'm looking to do this again.
Okay. All right. Now I'm like, I think you can hear me, right? I just
Yes,
had-
perfectly.
Okay. So, do you want to then run through, I guess one of what does go on the inside, and if you're not still doing the outdoor seating, what about the roadbed seating that's going on now? Are you intending to do any of that?
No, okay, sorry. No, I'm not going to do anything on the street. I'm doing everything internally. I'll have no outside business. I'm looking solely internally.
So no outside business, even, I have to, sorry, even with the outdoor seating that's allowed under the executive order, you're not planning to partake of that?
At least he's not for now. You know, he'll judge it later on, but currently he's not going to do anything outside. He's going to be totally inside, and hopefully the the vaccines will take care of everything, and he'll be able to, because he's going to be a karaoke place anyway, so he's not going to really be interested in the outside area type of place he's going to run.
That was one of our concerns, was how were you going to be a karaoke place and still
Exactly
do the karaoke outside?
Exactly.
So is
pretty
that
hard.
something that he would be willing to stipulate to? I mean, the roadbed dining may be going on. He may be legally permitted to do that. And that was one of our concerns with the community, because that's not the same thing. The food menu he has doesn't go along with that.
Right.
So
right. I mean, and if he was to decide to do anything like that, he would definitely come back to you for your permission. So he's not going to do he would come back to you. So
he would stipulate to no roadbed, no sidewalk, even under the current executive order, unless he came back to the community for approval.
Exactly. Exactly.
Correct.
That's what he would do. Right.
So it's essentially the same stipulations that were there before.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, he
good.
wouldn't do anything unless he came back to you. So that's what he would do.
Okay. Now, I do not have those stipulations in front of me. Bob, I don't know if you have those stipulations in front of me. You and Cormac, you have your hand raised. And you're muted.
Yes, and I apologize for being muted. Yeah, I just want to ask Mr. Steinberg a question. By the way, I'm happy to see you back, sir. Which is the hours that you're seeking now, 2 and 4, those were the hours under the previous licensee, the previous karaoke bar, right? I just want to confirm that.
Yes, correct. And we are still friends.
So me and you, I didn't know we were, but
You said last meeting that we're friends. I have a good memory. No, I would like to maintain those hours. I really want to open up these shutters and I know it's going to take time now. I get that, but that's what we have. That's all I have is time.
And there's light at the end of the tunnel. So
yes, there is. I believe it.
Okay, so let me see. Just to be I'll do the best I can with looking at the application. So the hours are 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday, and 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Now, the previous hours were not 8 a.m. I know that. I think they were, I don't know. I have to find it.
I believe he wants to do some, you want to do breakfast, don't you? Some kind of like
Well, I would like the
early
option
morning
of doing,
type of
I would like the ability to do coffee in the morning or something like that.
So then we get back to our other thing with the last applicant, if I remember correctly, I believe was like 5 p.m. because it was a karaoke bar and was not a coffee bar. So
he won't
what
serve
if-
alcohol that early. He'll stipulate to not serving alcohol that early.
Well, but I would still have the same question then in terms of understanding the method of operation, which would be, is this a coffee bar cafe from 8 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then or 2 o'clock and then a bar? That's now I have an issue again trying to understand how those two get back together. Do you understand my confusion with
Yes,
that?
I do. What do you want to do with that?
Well, I have a
Cliff?
question, and this is, and I apologize because I'm not that familiar. If you grant me a 5 to 2 or 5 to 4 or whatever it may be, I mean, do I need to get a blessing to serve coffee in the morning?
No.
No, that's not what she's talking
Yeah,
about.
no, I guess if your operating hours, and Bob, kick in if I say something wrong here, if your operating hours are from 5 to 4, those are your operating hours.
No, but Ms. Weiss is right. You see, if they're not serving alcohol, I mean, you can stipulate that the alcohol service is between X hour and X hour.
Right.
But you can be open at other hours. If he truly wants to be open in the morning to serve breakfast,
Right, like on the weekend, he could serve. He could start serving alcohol little, say 11 o'clock for brunch, or 12 o'clock for brunch. But during the week, he wouldn't serve it till later on in the day, for the karaoke.
I mean,
right?
yeah, I mean, would it be possible to start the bar at, I don't know, 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've had a drink at
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, 2 o'clock is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you could
So-
start the alcohol at 2.
So just so we're clear, the hours are going to be, you're talking about 2 p.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday. This is what I have before. And then I have 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday and 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Those are the hours. They were actually 6 p.m., but I changed it to 2 p.m. But those were the
Okay.
hours.
For drinking. And then you could have the early hours for the coffee.
Wonderful.
Just to be clear, the earlier hours for coffee is fine, but when Bob said before, you could have whatever other hours when you're not serving, when we say there are closing hours, we do mean closing then, like not staying open and not serving after that.
Absolutely.
If you plan to do something like that, we need to have that conversation right now because that's very problematic, so.
I understand it.
So
And I agree.
right. So your closing hours are 2 a.m. on certain days and 4 a.m. on other days. You
Yes, 2
understand that,
a.m.
right?
Tuesday to Thursday, 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday. And I have actually 12 a.m. on Sunday and Monday. That's what, anyway.
Are you okay with that? 12 a.m. Sunday and Monday?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I mean, if I need more hours, I'll come back to you guys, and we should rejoice.
Right. Okay, and the opening
That was,
hours.
I'm sorry, that was Suite 101. That was the prior operator.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Right. And the opening hours are, do we?
2 o'clock to serve, I believe. 2 p.m.
2
to
p.m.
serve, and then 8 a.m. to, if you opening up 8
So
a.m. to
opening
serve.
hours, 8 a.m., opening hours are 8 a.m., alcohol service starts at 2
So
p.m.
2, right.
Okay, gotcha.
What about the weekend, Cliff? Do you want to serve a little earlier on the weekend?
If possible, if there's business for it, I would like to have that opportunity.
Could you serve a little earlier on the weekends?
So alcohol service at 11 a.m.
On Saturday and Sunday.
and Sunday?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Because, brunch or whatever, if he wants to serve a little earlier.
Well, if somebody wants a drink.
If
that'd be
somebody wants a
helpful.
drink, somebody comes in for a drink. Plus, there's a game on or something.
All
Yeah.
right, so first, let me just go to the committee for a minute. If anybody else has a question, please raise your hand. I don't see any, so I will go to the, wait, hang on one second. Cormac, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't so much have a question, although I could put it in that form if you want. It's more that I want to make sure that we are all on the same page with what the hours are.
Sure.
Only because I I got the impression between Bob and Cliff and Stacy talking about this, that they may have been talking about different things. I just want to make sure that when the STIPs are sent later, people aren't surprised or something. Like, I just want to make sure when we vote later, we're voting on the hours agreed here. So
Okay.
just make sure you guys get very clear and everybody's on the same page with what that is.
Okay.
All right.
So do you want me to repeat them?
Yes, please. That'd be great.
Yeah, please, Donna, thank you.
All right.
That'd be great.
So I have 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday and Monday.
Right.
Alcohol service begins at 2 p.m. Monday through Friday and begins at 11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday.
You got it. Right, Cliff?
Thank you.
Sounds good?
Sounds great.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
so now let me go to one of our attendees, Laura Tannenbaum. You should be able to speak.
I very quickly. I'm not opposing this. I had written a letter last month opposing the outdoors, but now that that's been taken off the table, I have no problem with the application. I just wanted to say that because I tend to get calls from members of the community about noisy bars and restaurants like Mr. H, which is even further away from where we live than when that was operating. I used to get phone calls and complaints. I sent out letters, a notice of these meetings to people who live around there. Nobody responded with an issue. I have never heard a complaint about this applicant, even despite their hours. So I just wanted to say that as a matter of information. Thank you.
Great.
Thank
you.
Nice to hear. The one other thing, closing all doors and windows, will you agree to do that at 9 p.m.?
I will.
Okay. And I think that covers it.
Great.
Wonderful.
All right, great. I'm glad you came back and we were able to work this out.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a
Great.
great evening. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay. Mulberry Hospitality. What is my address on that? 244 Mulberry Street. If you could raise your hand. Max, okay. I just need to change and remove Cliff. Okay.
Hello. everyone.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
You know, I've been listening all night, and just 5 minutes ago, my internet connection started getting unstable. So if I break up or if you're having trouble hearing me, let me know and I'll dial in from my cell phone. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully so far so good. Should also promoted
Oh,
Justin Cohen.
Yes, I just saw his. Okay.
Hello, hold on. Turning on my screen. Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
All right. Shall we get started?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, good evening, CB2, Donna and Bob and committee members. My name is Max Bookman. I'm an attorney, and with me is Justin Cohen. And tonight's application is for October. So Justin is the founder, operator, and owner of October, which opened its first location on Broome Street in 2019. His head chef is Edgar Astudillo, who is a veteran of some great restaurants like Le Bernardin, Daniel, Prime House. So a little background on the company. October's in its current form, which is the one on Broome Street, Broome and Mulberry, is a vegan quick service restaurant. And so they have a really great mission statement. They're plant focused. Because they're vegan, obviously they don't serve any meat or any products that are derived from animals. But beyond that, and sort of their core goal is in being a vegan restaurant is to do something that's clean, healthy, but also not just a boring salad. So their menu is interesting. It not only is nutritious, but it's food that tastes good. It's inventive. They're incredibly clever with their ingredients. But beyond that, they focus. And what's really important to them is focusing on being as local as possible. And they take that actually to a level that I've never seen in Manhattan, which is they've actually, at their current location, they built a hydroponic garden in the building that they're currently in, where they grow hydroponically a number of ingredients that they serve at the establishment to reduce their overall carbon footprint, the amount of food that they're trucking in. And they built a glass floor so that you could see what what they're doing down there. I see a comment from Cormac that salads don't have to be boring. Fair point. I'll let Justin know.
They have some salads too.
Yeah, they do have salads too. They compost. They try their best to be carbon neutral. They're exploring ways to band together with other restaurants to convert their food waste into renewable energy. So it's a really great mission. Their project was 2 years in the making, and then construction took a long time. Building this hydroponic facility took a long time. The glass floor, and then they opened when they were ready to open. It really turned out to be the worst of times. They opened in January. I might have said 2019. They opened in January of 2020. So they just finished at the end of 2019. They were off to a great start, a lot of great reviews. Then, of course, the unthinkable happened with COVID. Worse for them, however, was in the early days of COVID, when everybody was still trying to figure out what was going on. They had a COVID scare in their own restaurant, and there were staff who got infected, and so they closed way before even other businesses were mandated to close because of concerns about the spread of COVID, and they stayed closed until September. They tried to give a run at it when they reopened in September after they felt that they could do so safely, but they're having trouble with their landlord. Representing bars and restaurants, I could tell you that there's a real spectrum in terms of landlords and their willingness to work with their struggling commercial tenants. There are landlords who are very flexible in terms of rent and working with tenants, and there are some that are unfortunately on very inflexible end of the spectrum, and Josh is stuck with a landlord who's not very flexible. So even though tonight's application, which is at 244 Mulberry, was something that Justin had been considering before he reopened in September. This is an idea that he had for quite some time. While it was originally going to be an expansion into a second business, it's now looking more and more like this is going to be, it's not going to work out at his current business that it took him 2 years to build. He's going to really be moving to this location. In terms of what we are doing at this location, the core of the concept is the same. So October is the name still, same plant focused concept. They're moving the hydroponic farm to this location, but the idea for this always was, and he's going to stick with it now, even with this change of circumstances, was for it to be a sit-down restaurant. So even though his current location is quick service, this is not going to be quick service. It's going to be sit down. You have to order from a waiter or a waitress who will bring you your food. There's no counter that you order at or anything like that. So full sit-down restaurant. And like any good sit-down restaurant, it needs a liquor license for a lot of the reasons we've heard tonight. A little bit on the history of the space here. This was licensed as a full on-premises license starting in 2012 with a place called Plan B that morphed, as far as I can tell, I think it was the same operators, but it morphed into a concept called Barca from 2014 to 2016. Still, again, under a full on-premises license. It has been vacant since 2016. Currently, there's a clothing store temporary pop-up in there, but that's going to go once Justin opens. You approved a full on-premises license again in 2018 for a Japanese restaurant that, as far as I could tell, never moved forward with the state liquor authority, but and never opened. But looking at your resolution from 2018 for the full on-premises license there, our concept, although we're not Japanese restaurant, we're not Japanese concept, the sort of the core mechanics of it being a full service restaurant are, I think, although not identical, are comparable. So, similar, the Japanese restaurant was a full sit down restaurant. So is this. Similar hours of operation. We're asking for 1 a.m. 6 days a week and 11 p.m. on Sundays. Similar sort of objective indicia of a real restaurant, background music only, no DJ, no live music, no boozy brunches, no bottle service, no TV, no promoters, no performances. I think the real difference between what you approved in 18 and what we're asking for now focuses on outdoor seating. Back then, obviously it was before COVID. We had the DCA Sidewalk Café law that was in effect then, and that operator evidently promised you there'd be no application for a sidewalk cafe from the Department of Consumer Affairs. As you've heard tonight, and as everybody knows, things are moving and are sort of very much in flux when it comes to what the outdoor seating program is. We do intend to apply for whatever outdoor seating we are entitled to have under whatever program is in place at the time that we open. So if that is still this current DOT emergency program, then we're going to apply for that. If it's we're at a point where it's now the new program that's yet to be finalized, that's going to start in September of 2021, then we're going to apply for that. So those are the basics. Oh, I should just mention, I'm sure everybody's familiar with the street, but to the extent that it bears mentioning, this is a one-story building. There's no residences above. There are obviously other residences on the street, but there's none above us. And with that, we're happy to answer questions.
I'll start with there's French doors. Are you putting in French doors, or are the French doors there? I'm sorry, I should.
It's okay. We'd like to put in French doors. There are not currently any there, and in 2018, just for transparency, that was there were no French doors in at that point, and so there was an agreement to not building French doors. We'd like to, part of it is COVID, although we plan to be in business long after COVID is over. But, we also do feel that, if you've seen how indoor dining has developed so far, it really hasn't been as successful as outdoor dining. And we think a big part of it is people are still nervous. And I think even long after we have vaccines delivered, there'll be some hesitancy towards indoor dining. And so we'd like to be able to, during reasonable hours, be able to encourage the open air flow that's brought on by open French doors.
And would you be willing to close those French doors at 9 o'clock?
It's something that I've talked to Justin about. There was initial hesitancy towards doing that, but we've heard what everyone said tonight. We've heard what Cormac has said, and so we understand the concerns that the community has. And so even though it's not what we wanted to do, as a to get off on the right foot with you folks, we're happy to do that.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, the previous applicant, the hours are similar, but they were midnight Sunday through Thursday and just 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. Is that something that works with your model instead of the 1 a.m. 7 days a week?
I mean, look, it is a real restaurant, so we don't need 2 a.m. We don't need 3. We don't need 4. 1 a.m. across the board is certainly what we're asking for, just in terms of seatings, and with everybody having to be out at 1, that means probably stop seating people at 11:30. So I do recognize that it is 1 hour beyond what was previously approved on certain nights of the week, but that's our ask is certainly 1 across the board.
Okay. And private parties, are there private parties? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to, the discussion tonight, and I think where we come down on that is, we're asked about it, so we put it in, it's not a core function of our business model. I think, we said at maximum it would be 2 a month. I think that's aggressive. I did actually have a question for you, Don. Tonight was the first night I heard
I know.
the comments. So I'm just trying to, I'm not criticizing. I'm just trying to understand where it's coming from.
You know what it is? It's just to make it clear to any patrons that are coming that yes, you are officially having a private party, so that anybody coming up to the door knows that, and that you cannot just turn around and I've just had a personal experience with a place in my neighborhood that every night I'd go over there and they'd say, we're having a private party. I could go into the reasons that they were doing that, and there was a lot going on there, and it just, to keep me from seeing what they were doing on there. So I'm just, I'm trying to make it so that if somebody has bought out the entire space and you have closed the space down, that people have a way of knowing that tomorrow you're going to be open. And it's another way for me to be ensuring that people that it is a private party, a legitimate private party. It's been posted there all day. You're not just deciding to keep certain people out, and that you will open again the next day to do the regular business that you presented us with. So that's why, yeah.
Well, thank you for explaining that. And I don't disagree with any of what you said. I hope it wasn't one of my clients who you had this issue with, because, you should tell the SLA about it, because it is a violation.
The SLA heard plenty about it.
Good.
They are no longer around, so yeah.
Okay, good. Because clearly a violation of their liquor license if they're basically always closed, even not, technically, open. So, but, Justin will cut me off I mean, Justin, there's nothing wrong with that. If we're not in the business for private parties, so to the extent we're lucky enough to have one, I don't think there's any problem with posting that we're going to have one, so the community is clear and potential other customers are clear that we have a buyout tonight.
I completely agree. It's best practice what you guys are saying. If someone does do a buyout, it's going to be way in advance anyways. We'll be able to put something, even put our Google Maps hours to put it as closed. It's absolutely best practice. We have no issue with that whatsoever.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll bring it to the committee. Dr. Shirley Smith.
Yes. Hi, Max.
Hi, Dr. Smith. How are you?
I'm great, and yourself? It's not really a question. As I looked at your application, it might be an error. You checked live music, and then, of course, where it says entertainment, you have live music, and then you already said in your initial comments about the method of operation that it will be background. So which will it be?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Smith. And with my apologies, there was some last minute emailing to clarify what was, the intention all along. Oftentimes when we're filling out a 30-day notice or even doing an initial submission to your board or any other board, there are reach asks, things that people would think in the ether would be a nice thing to have, but when they actually, when I actually speak with them and they understand what that would mean for the community and the type of opposition that would generate, the response is always, well, we're not interested in creating opposition, and it's not a core element of our concept anyway. Having a live jazz band is often one of those sort of nice things that folks would like to have. So there was a thought about that, at one point in time, and that was reflected in the paperwork that we initially submitted to you. But we corrected that. It was sort of late in the day, and again, my apologies for that. But we did correct that. So there is no intention to have live music, any sort of entertainment level music. This is recorded background music only. And I think it was Cormac who asked another applicant the question of sort of what does recorded background music mean to us? Well, what it means to Justin in this case is that so people could have a conversation without competing with the music or raising their voices in order to be heard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cormac.
Yes, hello, and Max, thank you for clarifying that it's 1 a.m. across the board, not the 2 a.m. for part of it, and there's no live music, because you knocked out most of what I was going to ask about. But
I am to please.
And when I say ask, I mean harangue. But let me ask about, or let me just raise another point. So previously Donna said that the previous place that we had here and approved here was a 12-1. And I understand you're saying, you thinking that for this place and things, you'd really like the 1 o'clock across the board. So sometimes things are not about the thing themselves, but the combination of things. The previous place was 12 on school nights with a sealed restaurant. Now we're talking about 1 a.m. for a restaurant with French windows. Now, in my thought process, when a restaurant has that sort of operable French window and open up, that actually militates towards earlier, more traditional restaurant hours, which, as you know, the ALJs at the SLA have told us are 11 and 12 are restaurant hours mostly. So, so I'm like, to me, I'm like, if you're putting in French windows, then why are we not talking about 11 and 12 as times? And then I get even more nervous when it's like, so all Donna asks is, well, will you close it at 9, which is a standard stipulation in this community board, and you guys are hemming and hawing over that. So what's going on? I'm nervous.
All right. Well, I don't want you to be nervous, so let me try to react to some of the things you said. First of all, and this is, to be clear about what I've said, because I think I did say 1 o'clock across the board several times as this, as shorthand, but we are on Sunday, we are asking for 11. So just to be clear about that. So it's 11 Sunday, 1 the other 6 nights of the week. In terms of, I don't think we're hemming and hawing over the 9 p.m. I just wanted you to know that, there are applicants that come before you. And I think you saw it with your first applicant tonight with the Italian restaurant that, they have a certain expectation about the importance of having these open French windows. And that doesn't detract at all from I think the very legitimate concerns that I've heard at this meeting and others about what open windows bring, the impact of that on the community. But I just think it's important to recognize that there is a flip side of that coin, and that, for all the reasons that you hear, that it does draw people in. There is a, for at least for the foreseeable future, there is a sort of a COVID related variable there. In Justin's particular case, I'm not sure if you've heard this one before, but it's the first time I have. In Justin's particular case, they are striving as much as possible to be carbon neutral. Part of that is to reduce their HVAC use as much as possible in the summer. And so, the idea is to use open windows in lieu of air conditioning as much as possible. So there are legitimate reasons there. With that said, I think the 9 o'clock is a fair compromise that, I don't think it's indicative of anything more sinister about, the way that we want to operate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think I hit all your points. Did I miss any?
No, I understand. And so it is, but it does need to be 1 o'clock is what I'm hearing. Right?
That's our ask tonight. We wanted your feedback on it. We wanted to see, what the community's feedback was, but we certainly would like 1 o'clock.
I would like midnight, but yeah.
All right, well, I'm marking that down.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else from the committee or any attendees that have any questions or comments for this applicant? So Max, I have, you said you want to take advantage of any outdoor seating.
Yes.
That's available now. So that would mean, I imagine, roadbed and Sidewalk Cafe.
Yeah, listen, I'm very involved on this issue, and I know this board is too. I read your resolution that you put out, I think yesterday, or if not yesterday, the day before, to the city on this. So, everyone here knows that this is very, very much in flux. And so, we want to be transparent with you. We want to, just like every other restaurant, we want to be able to utilize whatever we are permitted to at the time that we open, whatever that is. If that means roadbed, then we want to have that. It's really, I think, listen, I think your resolution that you folks did was well reasoned, and there were a lot of good points in there that I think a lot of people need to consider.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think, a lot of people are going to consider the points that you bring. Ultimate, I think also there's been real disservice in the press in terms of describing what's happened here. And I think, your resolution put your finger on it, is that this is not a permanent, is not making the DOT program permanent. It's extending it to September of 2021. And then there's going to be something new after that. And all the stakeholders need to come in and have their voices heard so that we could have a program, a new permanent program starting in September of 21 that works for everybody. So whatever that is, we want to be a part of it. And so we want to be transparent with you tonight that's our intention.
Okay. I appreciate that. Okay.
So just so we're clear, because we mentioned it before, Max, about the roadbed seating and the outdoor. We have a stipulation that we've been using with everybody. It's 11 p.m. No speakers outside.
Yeah, I told Justin about that, and that's not an issue.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I just want to break in now, Donna or Bob. Have you folks seen? Katie has put in chat a couple of times now. She's, she usually has a second panel for her audio call-in, and she's not promoted up here, so she can't ask questions.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, I put in, Cormac, thanks for standing up for me. I've been putting in codes and emails and private chats and just worked it out. So thank you so much, everyone. I'll go back on mute so I don't bother you.
Okay, great. And Justin, do you have anything else you want to add to any of this?
I just saw someone said, let's hear from Justin.
Yeah.
So, hey, yeah, listen, I'm happy to chime in. This is my first time applying for a liquor license. I've been operating in the neighborhood for, 2 years. I've been working in the neighborhood for over 2 years now. I love this neighborhood. But, it is my first time doing this, and I want to make sure I'm respectful of everyone's here. I love the neighborhood. I love our mission. We're really trying to make a restaurant that's as carbon neutral as possible. That's why we brought the hydroponic garden into the own space itself. We're trying to make a place that's a comfortable place for people to not only drink cocktails, but also drink mocktails. We're going to have a great alcohol-free cocktail program. And so we're going to be using the hydroponic farm into our cocktails. And it's a really exciting thing, a really exciting concept. Right now in Broome, it's definitely tough. We had mostly, there's an empty NYU dorm on Broome Street right now. A lot of the offices are not there anymore, and we don't have alcohol. So on the weekends, our neighbors that do have alcohol, they're getting by, but we're not. And so a big move here is for us to try and survive through this time. And this space, we're hoping we can, do what we always wanted to do, which was bring this concept to a dining level, but also to be able to serve people alcohol, cocktails and mocktails, and to be a productive, positive member of this community.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that does it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for
Have
coming.
a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
You too.
Good luck, Justin.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, so what I believe will be our last application is Resdora, doing business as Maestra Pasta at 102 McDougal Street. So that's Alessandro Morani. Is there anyone else with you, Mr. Morani?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, there's one other. Let me get Emmanuel. Okay, hang on one second. All right. Okay, so do you want to go ahead and tell us about your place?
Yes,
Emmanuel,
yeah.
Yes,
So hi,
say who
Donna.
you are first and.
Okay. Hi, Donna, hi, Robert, and good evening to the other members of the board. I am here representing Mr. Morani, and this is an application for a full liquor license at the address is 102 McDougal. The concept is a plain Italian restaurant that focus mostly on homemade fresh pasta that is being made in the premises. And it features a full kitchen, obviously a full menu. The menu that was provided today is actually not complete. The real menu is still in the works, and it will feature also but like main courses. I believe in the menu that we provided today, there is only mostly pastas and pasta dishes and sides and some dessert, but actually that would be extended to, you know, to make courses of meat and fish still within the Italian tradition. So it's gonna be basically a plain restaurant, and as to the level of operation, there's not gonna be any Sidewalk Cafe. There's not gonna be any television. There's gonna be only background music. There will be 10 tables. I mean, besides COVID restriction, there are going to be 10 tables with 40 seats total. And the hours of operation, I have to say that in the application that we made to this board, actually we misstated the hours, and there was an overlook on my end. I apologize for that, but actually we are requesting 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. during weekdays, and 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, if possible. Something about Mr. Morani. Mr. Morani is an experienced restaurant manager, and he comes from Italy. Obviously, he was already doing that job in Italy, and 4 years ago, I believe, he moved to New York, and he has been running ever since a location in 45 John Street, which is kind of the same thing, but a little different because that location is more about a fast casual kind of place, but still based on fresh pasta. This new one on 102 McDougal that is planning on running is going to be more like a real restaurant. So he has been very successful, and I think this location is going to be in very good hands. The location was fully licensed before. There was a Japanese restaurant. I'm not sure if that Japanese restaurant had a full liquor license. For sure, there was a license, which I believe probably was the wine and beer, but I might be mistaken. But prior to that, there was a full liquor license in that location. So I don't think that granting full liquor license now is gonna change much. And as to the community outreach, we didn't do that for two reasons. The first is that we were kind of last minute because we reached an agreement with the landlord very late, but we wanted to fit in this December session of the community board. The second, obviously, is COVID. It's still a little difficult to reach out to people. We didn't submit the floor plan, but Alessandro has the floor plan in mind very well. So if you guys have any questions about that and about anything else, we'll be happy to answer. Alessandro is available for that.
Okay, is there any Sidewalk Cafe? Are you planning on partaking of the restaurant program with the roadbed dining or the sidewalk cafe that's available now?
I don't think so, because I don't think I have the no standing sign in front of me, but I'm gonna have a bike path. So if you take a look at that stretch of the street, all the restaurants, they have outdoor seating on the other side. So the space is very narrow. So I don't think I'm gonna have outdoor
All right.
there.
Okay, and I did see that you checked off promoted events. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so what I would like to do is, as for private event and corporate event, there is a good friend of mine that we used to do pasta classes, which is a thing. Many people go to Sulla Table or to other places, just to take pasta classes. So maybe during the first days of the week, when there is not a lot of business, what we would do is starting from like 6 p.m. when people get off work, just do like private pasta classes.
Okay, so that's different. So you're not having a promoter though come in and.
Or what do you mean by that?
Bob or Cormac, can you help me out with a description of what exactly that means?
Yeah, like a third party that's going to come in and have parties. Promoted events.
No, not going to have that.
Yeah, no, but I like the pasta promotion. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Sorry if I checked that box, but I was done.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. And then private parties.
That's actually that was a very good mistake on your part.
Okay, cool. Good to hear that.
Any private parties or?
No, it's not in our business model at the end.
Okay.
So just to follow up to what Emanuela said before, here in this location in Lower Manhattan, we're more like a fast casual and want to be more like a restaurant, but still it's not going to be a full service sit down restaurant. It's going to be a restaurant, but this type that you get in, you order at the cashier, and if you want, to eat inside, you just get a number, and there's going to be a waiter that's going to bring it to you. So it's going to be more like a restaurant, but still kind of looking at the fast casual part of it. It's not going to be like one of those restaurants, when you take a seat, they bring you water, they bring you bread with olive oil and balsamic vinegar and stuff like that. So I hope that is annoying. So.
Gotcha. And then the music there's no televisions. The music is quiet background music.
100% no televisions because I don't like it and I don't believe it. It's not going to look like a cozy restaurant with a television, and only background music. So I'm not planning on having like people drinking at the counter or stuff like that. So.
All right. And then I see that half the frontage has French doors. It says, so are you willing to close those French doors at 9 p.m.?
Yeah, when the store closes, yeah.
Or at 9 p.m. because
Alessandro, that would be before the closing. That's what Donna meant to say.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah. If it's requested, it's not going to be a big problem because again, having the French doors for us, I mean, it is cool, but at the same time, it is not like having outdoor seating, and which I cannot take full advantage of it. It is cool because people, they can lean out on the street, and it looks like it's because it's important to have people eating in front of the restaurant, so that people might say, "Oh, that's a restaurant," That's from a retail experience. But at the same time, it's not that I care about having the French doors open until late. So.
Okay, great. So I will go to the committee for questions. Lois Rakoff?
Yeah. Hi, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I live in the neighborhood, a couple of blocks away in the Bama area. Why did you choose this place for an Italian restaurant when there are several Italian restaurants in the area? That's my first question.
So here it is. I chose the place because here in Lower Manhattan, that was our first restaurant. We're doing pretty well right here, but I don't think our target market is here. I'm doing very well with students and people living in the neighborhood. While office people, they always tend not to eat pasta, for example, during the week or for lunch. And the more Italian restaurants, the better. I'm not the kind of guy that sees like competition, like, oh my God, there are too many Italian restaurants. Italian restaurants are all over Manhattan. So it is easier to open an Italian restaurant in Italy than in New York City. The thing is that my price point will be way lower than the other one. For example, if you take a look at my menu, if you get pasta bolognese, it's $14.15 with taxes. If you go to every single sit-down restaurant, they're gonna charge you at least $25 for it. So my business model is based more on, you know, fresh pasta. I don't want to say mass-produced, but you know, we're gonna focus on that so that we can lower the price and beat competition. So that's what I want to do. Plus, of course, quality is important. It's 51% of success of your business. But at the same time, I believe that in that particular area with NYU and many people that just go there and they want to have fun, I believe the price point is extremely important. That's why here I'm very successful with students and also tourists, because you know Washington Square Park is literally like a couple of blocks away. So.
Yeah, I live in the neighborhood, so I'm very well aware of what you're describing. And these buildings on McDougal Street are old, and people have a tendency to keep their windows open. There are elderly there. These are walk-ups. So my second question, and I like your answer about the way you're going to create your Italian restaurant, the sound system. Now, many people say background music is quiet, but many times the background music gets louder and louder, particularly with French doors, even on a Sunday afternoon or late weekday. So how are you going to prevent, are you going to have like, a certain sound system? How are you going to prevent the music from being broadcasted out onto the sidewalk?
Well, I can show you an example while I'm right here in the restaurant here in Lower Manhattan. So as you can see right on top, we have different, speakers. The cool thing is that we have, for example, here 5 speakers, and take a look here right here. So right here, I'm at the entrance of the restaurant right here. I'll show it to you very quickly. That's where the customer comes and orders the different kinds of pasta. And right on top over there, there is a loudspeaker. Okay. If I have like a good system like this, which is not that expensive, with cameras, it comes to like $4,000. You can actually higher the volume and lower the volume for each one. And for example, that one that I show it to you, first of all, because I need to listen to the customer that is ordering. Second, I can have that very low volume and there's not going to be a problem on time. And
are you, sorry, continue.
Go ahead, please.
Are you going to be adding any soundproofing? Because what you're describing as I see it, and thank you for showing it, is very high tech. And these buildings and these stores are, I don't know what the word is, old. I was going to say old tech, but they're old. They're very old. They shake. They're over 100 years old. People live in the buildings, and I was wondering what you're going to do for soundproofing.
Well, I don't know yet. I want to be straight honest with you because I've visited that place twice. I saw that there was already construction behind. The place is already done because there was a restaurant before. I don't know what's in the ceiling and what we're gonna do to the ceiling. So at the moment.
Sorry, may I step in? You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I just wanted to point out that we are open to stipulate to. I mean, if that's a concern, it's a legitimate concern. Obviously, we're open to stipulate to stop playing background music at some point in the night. I think, Alessandro, that would be reasonable.
I mean, it is completely reasonable, but again, one thing that I want you to understand is that we don't want to be one of those like super cool restaurants where music is very part of the restaurant being cool. We just want it as a for the background. That's the thing.
Being on McDougal Street where you are is super cool. Just in the fact of your address and being on McDougal Street. You've seen it at night. You've perused at night. It's like a crazy place. And even before the COVID and the outdoor dining, it's been very loud, and the neighbors have been trying to keep it moderately quiet. And that's why I'm asking about the music. And the way you describe the speakers is that you can raise it and lower it by hand. Can you keep a limiter on it? Who's going to be managing these speakers?
I will be personally managing the speakers. What I wanted
when
to say before,
when you're there, when you're not there,
I will be there. I will be there day and night here and the other one, because I'm telling you, I'm the owner, and without me, things they don't go as planned. You know, restaurants work like this. So let me tell you, as for the high tech thing for the volume, it's not that the speakers will be very high in volume. What I wanted to say before is that if I have speakers that are very close to the French door, let's pretend, I don't know, let's pretend I have 30 dBs, which I don't know whether it's high or low. Let's pretend I have 30 dBs on average. I will have maybe 40 in the back and 20 in the front, because the one in the front are very close to the French door, and I don't want the sound to go, to make noise in the street. That's what I meant before.
So can I just jump in here to just try to make this more
Hey,
succinct?
Donna.
Would you be willing to stipulate to maybe the speaker that is in the front faces into the restaurant, number one, so the sound is not going outside,
or
but
not
facing
have one
inward?
there at all? Yeah.
And yeah, not have it right by the windows. I mean, just say you will not have any speakers right by the open doors, and
it is not a problem.
Is that okay?
And
thank you, Donna. Yes.
Okay.
It is not. Again, it is. I don't want to appear like a very cool place, where people go there because it's cool. You have a drink, you better be dressed up. I want to be like more like an Italian restaurant with, as I said before, with a very low average check compared to the classic Italian restaurant.
Sounds nice. Sounds very nice.
Okay. You done, Lois?
Yes, I am. Thank you so
much.
much.
Perfect. Dr. Shirley Smith.
Yes. Hi. I noticed that you don't have a certificate of occupancy. When I looked at the application, do you have one?
Not at the moment. Again, it was a very late deal with the landlord, so we weren't able to secure the documentation. I believe the building has one, but we can provide it a little time if necessary.
It's necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll stipulate.
If it's necessary to you, obviously.
Yes.
Well, of course, to the whole process, not me personally.
Yeah.
Process.
No, yeah, of course. I'm talking about in general.
And secondly, I noticed that you have on here for your interior premises, you're going to be occupying the ground floor, right? And the basement.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, also, what are you going to be using that basement for?
Alessandro.
So I haven't seen the basement yet. I will see the basement in a couple of days, because if you've been in front of the shop, it's still boarded up. Since upstairs I already have a refrigerator and stuff, I will mostly use it as dry storage.
Okay, and I also noticed that you have to go to the basement from the outside.
That is correct. That's the only way I can access to the basement. And because of the shop is boarded up, the door is not opening because the plywood is still on top of it. So.
But once it's open, you don't have to go. You can access the basement from the interior of the space.
I cannot. Only from the outside.
You still have to do it from the outside.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Donna, I just have a quick follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so Mr. Morani, this location was by Chloe, right? This is the by Chloe spot?
No, it's right next to it. By Chloe is at the corner. It used to be a Japanese restaurant. I don't remember the name. And before, it used to be with the full liquor license. Emanuela, the place was, I think, Slane. I looked at the picture online. Slane Public House, I think, which was a bar or a pub. So I don't know.
So you're talking about the storefront east, the east of that, the corner by Chloe, right?
By Chloe, yeah, it's at the corner with Bleecker. So the building is 102. So the restaurant. My restaurant is a 102 McDougal, which is as known as 185 Bleecker. Chloe is right next to it, which is exactly the one at the corner. So
are you facing McDougal or are you facing Bleecker?
McDougal, and I have the Ninos in front of me.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Okay, great. Thank you. I think that does it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good
Have a
luck,
good night.
Alessandra.
All right. We are ready to go to committee. Should we take like a, does anybody want to, I would like to take a 2-minute break. If we could.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
So we'll just take a quick break and get right back here.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, God. Anthony, have you been here for all of the applications? If you're here now.
Not the very first one that.
So you missed, okay, so Coco Shack, and then you were here for everything else.
Yep.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay. Should we get going?
Could I say something first, please?
Absolutely, Katie.
Something happened during the testimony by Mr. Chris that I heard something, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to ask him directly about it. But I believe he, and in line with everything that we've been doing with the Equity Working Group, I wanted to bring this up because I believe he said that one of the community members had lied in her testimony. I heard him use the word lie, and Susan agrees, I see. And so, we've been talking, and I Mar is aware of this as well. We've been talking in the Equity Working Group about how we really have to be careful when anyone speaks derogatorily on a personal level about someone else in the meeting. So I can look and see if he's still there, but it was a very unfortunate comment that he made, and I think we really have to market.
I
And
think
I'm
that's,
sorry that I was ready to talk to him directly about it, but I was just not connected properly. And I see he's gone.
I'm quite sure you're correct, and I apologize for not saying anything, and I should have done that. And you're absolutely right.
Donna, I missed, can you explain what, I'm sorry, I don't know which this is referring to.
This is the 23 Cleveland Place, Susan, and the fellow, the attendee, Andrew Chris, who said he was a friend of Mr. Shaller's, and and then he had a couple of comments about some of the people who had spoken negatively. They were inappropriate comments, and I think we're trying to be more aware of that. And we're just working out how to deal with it, but I think that we should be aware of it.
I agree with you. Oh, sorry. May I speak? Hi, Katie. I was on that meeting, of course, and it came from the resident actually that said that the other person lied.
Yes.
And it's very harsh, and I agree with you, and it's very angry, and you have to read between the lines. I think, was his name Mr. Chris?
Now, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was not exactly on the applicant's team, but he was in favor of them, and it was a very strong thing. So we have to be aware of it, but it didn't come from one of us, from the committee members.
No, but they called out on it.
He was on the applicant's team.
He was not completely candid.
Susan, I'm speaking.
So sorry.
According to the applicant, right?
Yeah.
He outsourced his community outreach to this guy.
Go on.
Because this guy is a friend of his, and that guy handled all of the community outreach. So that makes him a member of the team, whether he has a financial interest or not, I would say,
Agreed. Your interpretation, I agree with it. Although he negated that and he said, oh no, I'm not on the team. In other words, like he's not on the payroll, right? But he certainly represented the applicant.
Well, and I also think he was a part property owner or something like that. But Katie, thank you for calling that out. And I think we have to, yes. I heard him say it, and
I would have said something earlier, just having technological glitches, and thank you for being so open to it, Donna.
Yeah, no. I mean, the one thing is, I think between all of this and with all the applications that, I know I've, before I was on this committee, I've come to things and people care a lot about this, and this can go either way. And we should still, everybody should be respectful of everybody. I mean, I've been at other meetings years ago.
Amen. Very much so.
We don't have to agree.
Among ourselves too.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, should we?
One thing, I'm sorry, it was forwarded to me. Andrew Chris is a friend of Schaller, was also a partner owner of Jangana, and there's an article about it that was sent to me about monarch sanctuary. So there is a real connection.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see what we can remember here. The first one, Coco Shack. It seems like it was so long ago.
Yes, yesterday.
It was long ago.
That's the one down the street. They want to open the little one. The neighbors like them. Coco Pots is a new place on the corner. It's been there a couple of years. Everybody likes it. They were very conciliatory. They said they'd close at 10 at night.
And
even though they didn't ask, I brought up, they didn't ask the neighbors because the neighbors were tormented. They said they were, we didn't really, even though it was a bad history with the previous restaurant, the Coco Pazza, which is the owner of this, doesn't have any bad history. So we had to be careful not to
penalize them for something that might be better in there.
When are they going to close doors and windows?
Okay, so 11 p.m., 10 p.m.
I have 9 p.m.
I have
10
p.m.
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
Okay.
Every night.
And the sound will be off on the TV.
Yes,
If they put it on for something, they're going to close the doors.
soccer games.
So that is that. Okay, so that's a deny unless I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's, can anybody help me? I have 9-0. There were 9 of us.
There's more than
I was
that.
on the,
Because Anthony was not here, so
So that would be 11.
would that be 11?
I think it's more. Oh, all right. Sorry, Carter. Yeah. Okay.
That would be 11, you're right. Okay. Little Guilty Pleasures did not show up. So that's that.
Beyond Foe is next.
Beyond Foe is
That has
next.
to be a deny no show, okay, everybody?
Okay.
We all have to vote too, so that's unanimous.
Is everybody okay with that? Anybody not okay
Yes.
with that? Okay.
Yes.
And Anthony,
fine.
Anthony,
Yeah.
he's here for that. Because, yeah.
So it's 12?
So what's the vote then?
So
Is
it's
it 12-0?
12-0. It's 12-0.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one is Beyond Foe. I was disappointed that the applicant was not there.
Yeah.
I will just say
Yeah.
that. I don't know how I don't know that I have a problem with the application. I have more of a problem with the fact that the
I'm
applicant-
uncomfortable with it. That's why I asked those questions about where he was.
Yeah, he was at the family restaurant where he works in Long Island.
It wasn't a family restaurant. It's a job that he's doing. You know, but-
Cousin, he said that the cousin's on it.
Oh, he said it was
Yeah, it was
cousin.
a family member.
It's a family
That
business.
came out
member.
eventually. Right, that came out eventually, yeah.
So,
You don't want to penalize them for working hard.
I
No,
know.
no, I know.
That's about as good a reason as you got.
Yeah.
but
It's
I
true,
guess the
except
thing is, he's never, my problem with him not showing up is the fact that he hasn't owned any restaurants before. He hasn't had a liquor license before, and he didn't show up. So
Yeah.
that's like, we
Well-
could get no sense of him. We have no sense of him. And
Well, I guess the problem was that the lawyer, she didn't impress it upon him how important it was to show up. You know, maybe he
Right.
didn't understand.
Well, we don't know that. We're speculating.
That's what they said, yeah.
I also think that, I mean, maybe it was just me, but I thought the lawyer was saying in the beginning that he, when we asked that he hadn't had a previous license here in Manhattan, but that he was running this restaurant out there and that's where he was working. But then as it went on, it turned out it's not his place, it's his cousin's place. And that he wasn't even working there as a manager right now. He was building things there, fixing things or something. And that sort of, left me the impression of this is somebody who is, this is his first timer. This is his first time. And that's significant,
I agree with you.
Guys, it's the restaurant wine closing at 10 o'clock, okay?
Yeah, it's a beer wine.
I thought it seemed like a good-
Yeah, we
And
cannot be
unless-
too harsh on this. This is not the time to turn somebody down for these kind of reasons, ultimately.
But I think, but I would feel more comfortable if we mentioned that we didn't meet him.
That's fine.
Of course.
Could put that in,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
and they're closing the doors at 8. Just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
And
I
Mar's
guess.
gonna write that resolution, right, Mar?
And remember, if it doesn't work out, we'll know because we'll find out. So I think we should give him an opportunity.
I do.
Okay.
the fourth one was our evening, Jeremy
That was where
Schaller.
Westbourne was on, right
La
here.
Dolce Vita.
What's it called again?
Yes, Dolce Vita.
Oh,
La
yeah,
Dolce Vita.
Vita. My
137
notebook is-
Sullivan.
I started a new notebook tonight and it's out of order. Okay. Dolce Vita.
Formerly Navy.
And
West,
Formerly Navy.
but it was Westbourne after Navy.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I think that the way that it came out finally is probably fine. I didn't love even the hours that we ended up with there. But, but that, since they were hours proposed, I think Bob, by you and things, the committee, I didn't want to push it too much there. And I sort of feel like now it's what we're going to get. So.
What are the hours?
12 and 1.
Yeah, 1 a.m. on the weekends, 12 o'clock Sunday to Thursday.
Thank you.
I would have been more, because of its mid-block location, I would have, preferred not to have a 1 a.m. That's something like an 11 and 12 or 12 across the board, but it is what it is. I don't see denying it over that right now.
Okay, so deny unless?
Deny unless, and they're closing the windows at 10.
Yeah.
On that block, it's way more important that they actually talk to the people that live there, and the people that live there will talk with them. So I'll make sure of that.
Yeah, they will.
The previous place had the French doors close at 9.
That's correct, but that was because of what happened before that. But the B Westbourne, the lady that was there, was a very good operator. And so, the 9 p.m. was really because the operator before that was just a nightmare.
Okay, now I think we are on Jeremy Schaller.
Yes, 23 Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had the, wait a minute, where are we?
23 Cleveland.
Cleveland Place.
So I'm happy to start on this if you like.
Go right ahead, Cormac.
Of course you are.
Well,
You're happy to start on all of them.
You don't want me to. I mean, look, with his proposal, I mean, at the end, it was like, I don't even know what kind of mishmash came out to totally at the end. But I became comfortable with his proposal pretty close into that in terms of the underlying proposal. But here are the things. First of all, I don't think he can get use of that yard, right? And I also don't think he's going to get a long-term lease. So I don't think this thing's ever going to happen. My only concern would be with his proposal is that use of the yard. I'm generally against uses of the yard. With some sort of a shedding or a roof or a tent, right? We went through this with Lala and Turner and a lot of other places in the past, right? I mean, I think it'd probably be okay as long as it was earlier hours. I don't know where we ended up on hours in the yard. At one point, I heard him talking about 10 o'clock, which seemed a little late to me, but so.
Just to say where we finally ended was he was going to look and see if he could make this fiscally viable for him, eliminating the backyard and eliminating, go ahead, Susan, am I wrong?
I'm sorry. If he has to come back to us, what are we voting on?
Right, that's
voting on anything, or what's the status of this application? I'm sorry.
So I think that what we should do is reach out and see if he wants to just lay this over till next month to see if he can get the answers that he was going to go look into. And then,
Can I just say one more thing about the rear yard? I mean, I don't mean to be really cynical about them, but I have heard so much from the neighbors, all week, sharing of information, and, because they're coming to land use to build an office building here. I mean, I don't doubt myself that there's some scheme with him, and when the property gets licensed, he's going to carry this over to whatever happens there. I mean, I know it sounds like a nice charcuterie, but I just don't trust him at all. I mean, I'm not going to.
Him the applicant or him the landlord?
Right.
We haven't met the applicant yet, come to land use. I'm just talking about the applicant.
Landlord applicant.
I trust the applicant, but I don't trust the landlord at all.
Don't you guys think we should have a vote in case he doesn't want to come back? We should.
No, we didn't ask him to come back. He didn't say.
No. I mean, I'm saying you could, but we should have a position. This is too.
Right. Gotcha.
Important.
Yeah, and
I'm going for denial.
No, but I mean, here's a backyard and there's no certificate of occupancy that allows for it. So we're kind of guessing maybe he'd get it in the future. I mean, he has not established that he can do it. Okay. And so, I don't know.
Why
would we ask him to come back to show us what can't show us this month. He's not gonna be able to show us that next month, that he's not gonna show up with a certificate of occupancy that allows him to use the backyard.
He also made a statement that he had filed an Alt-1, but when I looked up on the DOB website, I didn't see any evidence that that had been filed, and it would make no sense that he would file it if he didn't sign the lease. So I didn't really understand.
He said his lawyer told him that's what he could do.
Oh, he could do.
Architect.
There you go. Thank you, Susan.
Lawyer, architect.
And Pete posted something in the chat, I think, during it saying, we'd have to go back and look, but there's an old one in there.
Yeah, there was one he said that was filed in I think he said 2008 or 2018, maybe.
28.
But by the landlord or somebody,
Right.
by somebody else. But, you know, this guy didn't say that he's filed it. He said that he's going to have his architect file it, you know,
So,
which, by the way, in our given our previous record, usually that's not nearly good enough for us, that you're going to do it sometime later. You know?
Okay, Katie is the only one that's actually doing what I guess we should all do, which is raising her hand. So I'm calling on Katie.
It would be more orderly.
And this is a question for Carter and Bob, I think. When we had the Fedora backyard, then there was some way that we couldn't object to it because the backyard was in the C zone. Do you remember that issue?
Yes.
That we lost some. Oh, Lois remembers too. Well, I think it doesn't matter in this case because of the slid, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a different zone.
Right, different.
Yeah, but I checked up, and this is a C zone, and I just am trying to, just there have been different. There was that really tough position on the Fedora thing, and I think it was Anita who told us that we had to accept the backyard in the C zone. So.
Yeah, the applicant brought up an interesting element, Katie, just to answer what you're saying, that he brought up that doing a separate corridor, which is how you can do few exits from a space. And that would allow for a higher occupancy, if it's allowed by the zoning, than 74. Because even if you have a rear yard and you have the inside of the building, if you only have one exit, the total occupancy can't go above 74, I believe. And what we know about those rear yards is that there's no safe haven, I think it's called, or something to that effect. So if something happened, there's nowhere to go, and that
way out.
If there is a safe haven, it's for the rear yard fire escapes, from the building that dropped down into the rear. I just remember this from the last one, that there were some elements that made this very complicated, the way this was done. I'm just saying there's a lot of different elements in there, but to Bob's point, that we generally, he's got to explain to us how he can do it.
Yeah.
And I have my hand.
Yes, I see. So go
Okay.
ahead, Dr. Smith.
Okay. Yeah. I have some concerns about this applicant. One, I don't think that it's I don't think he really needs a full liquor license for the kinds of food he's going to be definitely what he's going to be serving. And of course, these people are going to buy things and take it home. I don't think they'll probably be getting a drink from him just to get a drink to go home with the food they're buying from the grocery store. So that's the first thing. And second, I'm not so sure why we're spending so much time on talking about this applicant when, one, we've already said he cannot prove, and he has not yet, that he can even use that space in the backyard. And that's how we've been pretty consistent as it relates to backyards in the past. So I don't know, maybe you could have him, what do you think about speaking to him, Donna, and then seeing if he wants to lay it over, or give it, maybe he might have a certain time frame that you can give him to show that he.
Well, I think to Carter's point, I think we should vote on it and give him the opportunity.
Yes.
Somebody help me out here, but Carter?
Well, I was just going to say, as presented, you can vote on what was presented. And if he's
I'm
got
ready to vote.
element that he's going to change, You can come back next month and present that, and if it's substantive, you can reconsider your position. But to come back with the same thing, I don't think it's going to change anybody's position, right? I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just throwing that out there.
If he knows that we're going to, I assume we're going to vote this down, and he knows that is an incentive to lay it over and provide the missing information and clean this up.
If he can.
If he can.
And I'm just frankly surprised that the interconnect on this with all these other issues was not.
That was a little, odd.
So is it a deny, unanimous?
So are we all with a deny?
Yeah.
Yes.
Deny.
Yes.
Anthony?
Hi.
Anthony, you still there?
Yeah, deny it.
Okay, there you go. I just can't see him. So.
Charlie Brown.
I wish we could get the Charlie Brown Christmas music with your little thing. It's my one of my favorites. Okay. Next was
And
gosh,
161 Lafayette.
Yeah,
Was-
and Donna, just so you know, the Lee and Gal Entertainment, the guy sent, he's going to send us an email laying over to next month.
Right,
So that's,
right. So that's a layover. Okay, so then the next one was the Becca Baby Grand, correct?
Yes, 161.
Any conversation? Are we all denying less with that?
I guess, yeah.
They removed the outside.
Yes.
Was our concern,
Yeah.
our major concern.
So I didn't listen to that, but just so I understand that he removed the outside completely.
Completely.
Stacy White, Stacy White showed up and they're going to stipulate not to have anything outdoors.
Even they're going to
during,
stipulate not to participate.
that's
in
right.
Open
Not to participate.
unless
He
they come
promised-
back.
Which
I'm
may
sorry.
not be an enforceable stipulation, but it's still like worth.
No,
And he
that's
did
not
promise he would come
necessarily
back.
true because they've entered into it after the dining program was established.
Yeah, and Ms. Weiss also said that if they wanted to do it, they would have to come back.
That's
Okay,
right.
I just want to make sure that's clear and that's put in the stipulations because we're in this weird time period right now with the roadbed dining, and it's not very clear, as you heard me when I asked that other applicant, and it's a big
I made it
concern.
that's why we made it very clear, Carter.
Yeah, and I just, as we go forward with this, we just need to make clear to some people that it may not be what they expect. And so if that's a part of their consideration for their business, people really need to think about that.
Yeah, no outside, same stipulations as before. We've got the hours. We went through that when we were on with him. And he would come back to us if he wants to use anything outside or change anything.
Right.
And the windows are closed.
Yes.
9 p.m.
Yeah,
Doors and windows close at 9 p.m.
okay. Next one was the Mulberry, I believe.
Mulberry Hospitality, yeah.
Here to keep track when you're not running it. Okay. Is that a deny unless? Did anybody have any?
I like the guy.
concerns?
Remind me which Mulberry we're
like it.
talking about. There were two Mulberries, I thought.
Okay, we're talking about the
Vegan.
the vegan 240
The vegan.
Mulberry.
Vegan. Yeah, yeah.
Hydroponic
With
farming
Their own
garden.
food.
I like it.
Yeah, deny less
Except
than
they're
eight.
they're going to install the French doors.
And did they say that they are closing them at 9 o'clock? I wrote that down
Yes.
in my notes, but I don't know.
Yes. I have 9 p.m.
Okay. I'm
Yes,
wrong.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I still think they're open a little too late, but I can live with it.
9 p.m. is too late?
No, the restaurant.
No,
Oh, the
Restaurant
restaurant, okay.
we didn't get any change on those hours.
Hang on.
No, I don't think so.
He said
No.
1 a.m. for 6 days a week, and then on Sunday 11 p.m.
So we did get him off the 2 a.m.
Yeah, no, he's not, that 2 a.m., he sent an application in. I think you all got it, but you may not have had a chance to look at it. I think it was like at 5 o'clock tonight or 5:15 that it was sent
yeah.
to. Sent a revised application. So he had on that application, his hours were 11 on Sunday, 1 Monday to Saturday. We did not get him down on that. And the French doors, he had closing at 11, so we got him down on that to 9. And yeah.
Okay, so we got, he's 1 a.m. across the board.
He's 1
No,
a.m.
11 o'clock on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday's 11 p.m. and then 6 days at 1 a.m. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
It's okay. Now, everyone who's eating vegan is not running at like 12:30 to eat. It's in my family now, the vegan.
All right, and then the next one was the
102 McDougal.
Yep.
Marani.
Nine less or
9 less.
Yeah. Good luck
Nice
to
guy.
him. Sounds nice.
Yeah.
Closing at 11 p.m. Except for Friday and Saturday till midnight.
right?
You're going to send us another menu or something, right?
You know, I meant to ask him that. The menu and the floor plan is what we should, I'll send him an email and ask them to just give us something on that, so we have something.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did send us a menu, but he said it wasn't the right one. So.
Right, so give us an updated menu, and he didn't give us a floor plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Please send menu.
And I think that's it.
That was the last one.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Oh my God. No.
Good job, Donna.
Thank you. See you all Thursday. Read up.
Bye. Bye.
How many do we have for Thursday?
Just about the same amount. And I don't think it's going to be any easier a night. So,
Those or you sending them? I've lost track.
what
time? Oh, sorry.
Wait, one person at a time. Let's raise hands. Look, Susan.
I'm just trying to, too many emails. Have you sent all the ones for Thursday or you are sending them?
No, they're posted online and I'm going to send them out tomorrow morning.
Okay,
Because,
thank you. Thank you.
because I didn't want to mix everybody up because there were so many for tonight.
That's what I was worried about. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It was enough already.
Okay.
I have a traffic and transportation at 5 p.m. So are we starting at 7 like we did last month?
6:30.
No,
Starting at
6:30.
6:30. Okay.
And I did invite Little Island to come back in case people have questions. Okay, just so you know.
Okay.
And then from 2 to 5 is also the Department of City
Soho.
Planning
Yeah.
scoping hearing for Soho NoHo. So
We have a big day.
it's a big day.
Okay. And Cormac, you actually raised your hand. Do you have something to say, or is your hand?
I just wanted to mention to folks, if they haven't looked at the packet, that one of the applicants on Thursday is in my building.
I didn't know that. Did you talk to him?
Lucky them.
I have not talked to them, although I briefly talked to David Gruber, who I think is a restaurant broker. But no, I have not done any community outreach, just for the record.
Well, would you like to speak to them?
I think that I probably should call them tomorrow, or yeah.
Yeah. Do you want me to I could probably figure out where, I'll send the application. You could look for yourself. Okay.
Right.
Hey, Cormac.
Okay, I've now run down 2 phones on this, the batteries on 2 phones on this phone call, so I think I'm going to hang up.
Thanks. See you Thursday.
Cormac, is that space built out? Like, did they leave it all built out?
Good
Yeah,
night.
I mean, they stripped it
Good
down,
night.
but the kitchen is still there, I think. You know, but the interesting thing about the space is there's no road bed in front of it. So I don't think there's any road bed dining because there's a crosswalk that basically tees right into it. And
They
then
could do sidewalk seating though.
they could probably do some sidewalk seating right in front, right? And then next to the crosswalk, there's a little bit of what's a bump out from the thing.
Bye,
So-
Bob. Bob is not interested anymore.
Bye, everyone. See you Thursday.
All right. Thanks, Cormac.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Good night.